This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I've never really believed in ghosts. I mean, I've watched those paranormal shows like everyone else, but I always thought they were just good entertainment. That changed when I moved into my apartment in Los Angeles 5 years ago. It's a pretty standard 2-bedroom place in an older building near Silver Lake. Nothing fancy, but it has these long hallways that give it character, especially the kitchen, which is basically just a hallway itself with cabinets and appliances lining both walls. When I first moved in, I was just happy to find something affordable that wasn't completely falling apart. The landlord mentioned the building was from the 1920s, but that didn't mean anything to me at the time. The first incident happened about 3 weeks after I moved in. I'm pretty particular about keeping things tidy, not obsessive or anything, but I like things in their place. That night, I'd cleaned the kitchen, closed all the cabinet doors, I had a lot of them, both upper and lower, and went to bed. When I got up for water around 2 in the morning, I noticed a light was on in the kitchen. As I walked in, I froze. Every single cabinet door was open, not just cracked open, but all open to exactly the same angle, like someone had gone through with a protractor, making sure they were all identical. I remember standing there, my heart beating so hard I could feel it in my throat. I told myself I must have forgotten to close them, even though I knew that wasn't true. I closed each one, checking inside as I went, convinced someone had broken in. But nothing was missing, and all my doors and windows were still locked from the inside. I barely slept that night, and the next day I convinced myself it was just stress from the move. Maybe I was sleepwalking, whatever. But then it happened again 3 days later, and again the following week. Always the same. All cabinets open to the same precise angle, usually when I'd been out of the kitchen for a while. After about 6 months of this happening every few days, I started experimenting. I'd put small pieces of tape on the inside of the cabinets where no one could see them, just to confirm they were actually being opened. They were. I set up my laptop to record the kitchen while I was at work one day. When I checked the footage, there was a 30-second gap where the recording stopped completely before resuming to show all the cabinets open. I'm not tech-savvy enough to know if that was a camera glitch or something else, but it freaked me out. I considered moving, but LA rent is insane and I had a good deal. Plus, as weird as it sounds, whatever was happening didn't feel threatening, just strange. I eventually got used to it as one of those unexplainable things and would just sigh and close all the cabinets again whenever it happened. Then came the sounds. About a year into living there, I started hearing what sounded like a child giggling. It was always distant, like it was coming from the other end of the apartment. The first few times, I searched every inch of the place, thinking maybe a neighbor's kid was somehow in my apartment. Nothing. The giggles would come and go, usually when I was alone watching TV or reading. Sometimes I'd hear what sounded like someone talking in another room, but when I'd check, there was no one there, not full sentences. More like the cadence of a child talking to themselves during play. Objects started moving too. Nothing dramatic like flying across the room. More like I'd put my keys on the counter and find them on the coffee table later, or I'd leave a book on my nightstand and find it open on the floor the next morning. I told a few friends, but they either thought I was exaggerating or suggested my apartment had mice. It didn't. One friend was into paranormal stuff and got super excited, wanting to bring over equipment and do a proper investigation. I shut that down quick. The last thing I wanted was to encourage whatever was happening. Everything changed last October. I'd had a rough day at work and came home exhausted around 7 in the evening. As soon as I walked in, I could tell something was different. The air felt heavy, like right before a thunderstorm. I dropped my bag and headed to the kitchen for a glass of wine, and sure enough, every cabinet door was wide open, all at the same angle. Seriously. Not today, I muttered, starting to close them. That's when I felt it, a cold spot, like walking through a pocket of winter in my otherwise warm apartment. The hair on my arms stood up, and I turned around slowly, expecting to see nothing as usual. But she was there, standing at the end of the hallway, maybe 15 feet away from me. A little girl, probably around 7 or 8 years old, with brown pigtails tied with small ribbons. She was wearing what looked like an old-fashioned dress, cream-colored with small flowers embroidered on it, the kind you'd see in photos from the early 1900s. She wasn't transparent or floating or any of that movie ghost stuff. She looked solid, like a real child, except for a certain quality to her that's hard to describe, like she was slightly out of focus or like looking at someone underwater. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. We just stared at each other for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds. She didn't seem scary or angry. If anything, she looked curious, with her head tilted slightly to one side. Then she smiled, a normal, childlike smile, turned and walked toward the living room. I finally unfroze and rushed after her, but when I got to the living room, it was empty. I searched the entire apartment, calling out, "Hello? It's okay. I won't hurt you." Nothing. She was gone. I sat on my couch until 3 in the morning, lights on, unable to process what I'd seen. I wasn't drunk, wasn't on medication, wasn't particularly stressed beyond a normal workday. I had seen her as clearly as I'm seeing this screen now. After that night, the activity increased. The cabinets would open multiple times a day. Items moved more frequently. The giggling became clearer, sometimes right behind me. Twice more I caught glimpses of her, once walking into my bedroom, another time standing by my bookshelf, seemingly examining my books. Each time she vanished when I tried to approach. One morning I woke up to find my makeup arranged in a circle on my bathroom counter. Another day, I found small fingerprints in the condensation on my bathroom mirror after a shower. Once I came home to find a crude drawing in the dust on my rarely used dining table. Just a simple house with stick figures. I finally broke down and researched the history of my building. It was built in 1922, originally as a single-family home before being converted to apartments in the 50s. I couldn't find records of a child dying there, but there was a mention of the original family having lost a daughter to influenza around 1924. The article didn't give her name or age, just that the family moved away shortly after. The strangest part in all this is that over time I've become, not comfortable exactly, but accepting of my unusual roommate. The cabinet thing is still annoying, but I've started to see it as her way of announcing her presence. Hey, I'm still here. I sometimes talk to her now, just casual things like, "Good morning," or "Please don't mess with my work papers." I don't always get a response, but sometimes I'll hear that distant giggle, or a cabinet will open on its own. Last week, something new happened. I was having a particularly bad day. I'd just been dumped via text and was sitting on my couch crying. I felt that familiar cold spot next to me, and though I couldn't see her, I felt a small pressure on my hand, like tiny fingers resting on mine for just a moment. It should have terrified me, but instead, it was comforting. A few days ago, I came home to find all the cabinets open as usual, but this time, there was a single wildflower placed on my kitchen counter. I have no idea where it came from. I don't keep flowers, and that particular type doesn't grow near my building. I put it in a small glass of water and said, "Thank you," to the empty room. That night I heard the clearest giggle yet, right outside my bedroom door. I've thought about moving many times, but something keeps me here. Maybe it's because whoever she is, she doesn't seem malicious. She seems like a child who's still playing, still curious, still wanting to be acknowledged. Sometimes I wonder if I'm losing my mind, but those cabinets open whether I believe in ghosts or not. So here I am sharing my story because I need to tell someone who might understand. I live in an apartment with a little girl who's been dead for almost 100 years, who opens my cabinets, giggles in my hallways, and occasionally leaves me flowers. I don't know why she's here or what she wants. I don't know if she's trapped or just visiting, but I do know she's real as anything in this world can be. And honestly, I kind of hope she stays. The apartment would feel empty without her now. Story 2. I'm still not sure if I should be sharing this, but it's been over 10 years now, and I need to get this off my chest. I've tried talking to therapists about it, but they always give me that look, you know the one, like I'm making it up or was just a scared teenager seeing things. But I know what I saw. We all did. This happened back in autumn of 2011 on the Blackwood Creek Reservation where I grew up. I was 16 at the time, living with my mom in town during the week for school, but I'd stay with my dad on the res most weekends. That particular weekend started normal enough. Dad picked me up Friday after school, and we grabbed dinner at the diner before heading to his place. Something felt off the moment we pulled up to the house. Dad seemed tense, checking his rearview mirror more than usual. When we got inside, he locked the door behind us, something he never did. When I asked what was going on, he just shrugged it off, said there had been some weird stuff happening around the reservation lately. It wasn't until my cousin Darren stopped by later that I got the full story. Dad and Darren were both tribal police officers, and they'd been dealing with a series of bizarre complaints that week. It started with old Mrs. Whitefeather, who lived alone at the edge of the woods. She'd called 3 nights in a row about someone knocking on her windows after dark. Each time Dad or Darren would drive out there, but they never found anyone, not even footprints in the mud that surrounded her house, which was weird because it had been raining all week. At first, we thought maybe she was just hearing things, Darren explained, sipping his coffee at our kitchen table. You know how the wind can make branches tap against windows, but then the Johnsons called with the same complaint, then the Clarks, then the Bensons. Dad nodded, his face grim, and they all described seeing the same thing. That's when my skin first started to crawl. Seeing what? I asked. They exchanged this look that made my stomach drop. Darren leaned forward, lowering his voice, even though it was just the 3 of us in the house. A shadow, like a person, but not quite. They said it moves fast, too fast. Knocks on one window, then suddenly it's knocking on another window on the opposite side of the house. No way a normal person could move that quickly. Dad added, the Benson's kid said he saw it smile at him through the glass, said it had yellow eyes that reflected in the dark, like an animal's, and teeth, lots of pointed teeth. I remember laughing nervously, thinking they were trying to scare me. Come on, you guys are making this up. I wish we were, Dad said quietly. Last night the Millers were driving home from Lakeside, and they said they saw it standing in the middle of the road, just standing there, smiling at them as they drove past. When Jim looked in his rear view, it was gone. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept thinking I heard tapping on my bedroom window, but every time I gathered the courage to look, there was nothing there. Just the darkness and the trees swaying in the wind. The next day was Saturday, and my friend Jesse called to invite me to a party at Tyler's parents' cottage in the woods. I didn't tell Dad where I was really going, just said I was hanging out with friends. In hindsight, that was incredibly stupid. The cottage was about 5 miles into the woods, accessible only by a narrow dirt road that wound between the trees. It was almost sunset by the time I got there. About 15 people had shown up, mostly kids from the reservation. Someone had brought beer, and music was playing from a portable speaker. It should have been fun, but there was this weird vibe. Everyone was talking about the shadow person that had been seen around the reservation. Some were treating it like a joke, but others seemed genuinely freaked out. My grandma says it's a Manitou, Layla told us as we sat around the fire pit outside the cottage. She says some kids did a shaking tent ceremony last week without permission from the elders. That's what let it cross over. For those who don't know, a shaking tent ceremony is kind of like our version of a Ouija board, a ritual that's supposed to open the bridge between our world and the spirit world. It's sacred and not something you mess with casually. That's bullshit, Tyler said, but I could tell he was uneasy. It's probably just some guy from the next reservation over, trying to mess with people. Then why haven't they caught him? Someone else asked. And how does he move so fast? The conversation continued like that for a while, everyone sharing what they'd heard or speculating about what it could be. As it got darker, we moved inside the cottage. It was an old place, all wood with creaky floors and a stone fireplace, windows everywhere, which I didn't think much about at the time. Around midnight, I went to the bathroom. When I came back to the main room, I noticed people were staring out the front window at the porch. There was an old wooden rocking chair out there, and it was moving, just gently rocking back and forth, even though no one was sitting in it. "It's just the wind," I said, but my voice sounded hollow even to me. There was no wind that night. Suddenly, Layla screamed. She was pointing at the window. "There's someone in the chair. There's someone fucking sitting in it." We all rushed to look, but I couldn't see anything except the empty chair, still rocking. It was right there. Layla was shaking. It was like a shadow, but person-shaped. It was smiling at me. Tyler grabbed a flashlight and his baseball bat and went outside before anyone could stop him. We watched through the window as he approached the chair, which had stopped moving. He stood there for a moment, then turned to come back inside. His face was white as a sheet. "I saw it," he said when he came back in. It wasn't in the chair anymore. It was at the edge of the woods, just standing there. I shined the light at it, and I swear to God, its eyes reflected back yellow, and it was smiling at me. Then it just darted away into the trees, faster than anything should be able to move. No one spoke for what felt like forever. Then someone suggested we should leave, and everyone quickly agreed. We started gathering our stuff, turning off the music, picking up trash. That's when the knocking started. It was just a light tap at first on the kitchen window. Everyone froze. Tap, tap, tap. Then silence. "Who's outside?" Tyler called out, but no one answered. Tap, tap, tap. This time from the bathroom window. Tap, tap, tap. The bedroom window. Tap, tap, tap. The sunroom window. It was impossible. The knocks were coming from all around the house, from windows on opposite sides with barely a second between them. No single person could be doing this. "Everyone's here, right?" I whispered, counting heads. All 15 of us were accounted for in the main room. The knocking got louder, more insistent. Someone started crying. Tyler's hand tightened around his bat. "We need to get to our cars," he said. "Right now. Stay together." We moved as a group toward the front door. Tyler went first, then held it open as we all filed out onto the porch. The rocking chair was still. The woods around us were silent. No birds, no insects, nothing. We practically ran to our cars, which were parked in a clearing about 20 yards from the cottage. I was one of the last ones out, and as I stood there waiting for Jesse to unlock his truck, I felt a hand grab my arm and yank me forward. It was Chris, another friend who'd been at the party. "Get in the fucking truck, Maya," he hissed, shoving me toward the open door. "What?" I started to say, but then I saw his face. He was staring past me, back toward the cottage. I turned and saw it. Standing at the far end of the clearing was a figure. It was exactly as everyone had described, like a person's shadow, but three-dimensional somehow. It stood unnaturally still, and even from that distance I could see its eyes reflecting the moonlight, 2 yellow points in the darkness, and it was smiling. God, that smile. Too wide, too many teeth. I don't remember getting into the truck. I just remember the sound of tires on gravel as we tore out of there, everyone driving way too fast down that narrow forest road. No one spoke. We were all just breathing hard, watching the trees blur past the windows. For the next few days, similar sightings continued throughout the reservation. People reported knocking on their windows, glimpses of the shadow figure, that horrible smile. Then suddenly it stopped. A week later, we heard reports of the same entity being seen in communities further north, as if it were traveling away from us. That was 11 years ago. The shadow with the yellow eyes and sharp teeth was never seen on our reservation again, but I still think about it. I've never been able to explain what we all saw that night. Sometimes I almost convince myself it was mass hysteria or something, a story that got out of hand, our imaginations running wild. But then I remember that smile, those eyes, the impossible speed of the knocking, and I know deep down that whatever we encountered that night wasn't human. It wasn't even of this world. I still don't sleep well when I visit my dad, and I never, ever look out my window when I hear tapping in the night. Story 3. I've never told anyone the full story before. Parts of it, sure, when I've had a few drinks or when someone shares their own weird experiences, but never everything. It feels like putting it all in writing might make it more real somehow, or maybe I'm hoping someone out there has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not crazy. I'm 31 now, but this has been happening since before I can remember. My first actual memory of her was when I was around 4 years old. I grew up in Maplewood, one of those small towns where everyone knows each other and nothing exciting ever happens. At least, that's what everyone thinks. That first encounter happened during a nap. I didn't know it was a dream then. It felt completely real. I was in this old house I'd never seen before, playing hide and seek. I remember being excited at first, the way kids get when playing games. The house had this specific layout that's burned into my brain now. Creaky wooden floors, faded floral wallpaper peeling in the corners, a narrow staircase leading to a second floor with 3 bedrooms, and a basement with concrete walls that always felt damp. I was hiding in a closet in one of the upstairs bedrooms, giggling into my hands, waiting to be found. But when the closet door opened, it wasn't another kid or my parents. It was her. I never saw her face clearly, just the impression of an elderly woman, thin gray hair, hunched posture. But I felt her presence like a physical weight. I woke up screaming. My mom came running in, and when I tried explaining, she just stroked my hair and told me it was just a nightmare. But then she hesitated and asked me to describe the woman. I don't remember what I said exactly, but my mom's face went pale. Later, when I was older, she told me that when I was a baby, maybe 6 months old, she came to check on me one night and saw an elderly woman standing over my crib. She thought it was my grandmother at first, but when she turned on the light, no one was there. That dream was just the first of many. Throughout my childhood, I'd have the same dream every few months, always the same house, always the same game of hide and seek, always ending with her finding me. Sometimes I'd be under a bed, sometimes in a wardrobe, once even behind a shower curtain in the bathroom with its cracked green tiles. She always found me. When I was 9, the dreams weren't the only thing happening anymore. Our house, my actual childhood home, started feeling different. I'd hear whispering outside my bedroom door at night, but when I'd check, no one would be there. My parents just said it was the heating system or the house settling. One night, I got up to use the bathroom and saw a man standing by the sink. Not the old woman, but a tall, thin man in what looked like old-fashioned clothes. He didn't move or speak, just stood there looking at the mirror, not even acknowledging me. I ran back to my room and hid under my covers until morning. My parents searched the house, found nothing, and told me it was just my imagination. But I know what I saw. The summer I turned 12, things escalated. I started noticing indentations on furniture, like someone had been sitting there just before I entered the room. My books would be in different places than I left them, and the dreams changed too. The old woman stopped playing hide and seek. Instead, she'd just stand at the end of hallways watching me, or I'd catch glimpses of her moving from room to room in that damn house. The worst incident from my childhood happened when I was 13. I was alone in the kitchen after school, making a sandwich. I dropped the knife and bent down to pick it up. That's when I saw her, not in a dream this time, crouched behind our kitchen island. Not the full figure, just a dark shape that I somehow knew was her. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. After what felt like forever, I managed to back out of the kitchen and run to my neighbor's house. My parents came home to find me sobbing uncontrollably. We had the house blessed after that. My mom even had a medium come by when my dad was at work. Things calmed down for a while. In high school, the dreams changed again. Instead of the hide and seek, or just seeing her watching me, I started experiencing sleep paralysis. I'd wake up in my bed, unable to move, and she'd be there, leaning over me. She'd whisper in this gravelly voice that still makes my skin crawl. "You're still asleep, Eleanor. You're still asleep. Sometimes she'd stroke my hair with cold, bony fingers. I started doing everything possible to avoid sleep. Energy drinks, loud music, anything. My grades tanked. My parents took me to doctors who prescribed sleeping pills, which only made the dreams more vivid and inescapable. The house in my dreams never changed. Every detail remained consistent over the years. The way the third step on the staircase creaked, the water stain on the ceiling in the main bedroom that looked like a face, the way the basement door would always be slightly ajar no matter how many times I closed it. I could draw a floor plan of this house I've never actually been to in real life. When I left for college, I thought maybe it would stop. New place, new start. For about 2 months, nothing happened. I started sleeping normally again. Then one night, my roommate woke me up, saying I'd been screaming in my sleep. The dreams had followed me. Now they were even worse. I wasn't just seeing the old woman anymore. I was being hunted by her. Each dream would start with me in that house, knowing she was somewhere inside, looking for me. I'd try to hide or escape, but she always found me. Sometimes she'd have maggots crawling from her sleeves or mouth. Sometimes she'd hurt people who appeared in my dreams with me. One particularly bad dream during my junior year of college stands out. I dreamt I was in the basement of that house, the one place I'd always avoided in previous dreams. There was an old wooden table in the center with something covered by a sheet. The old woman was standing on the other side, and for the first time I could see her face clearly. Hollow cheeks, milky eyes, thin lips stretched into a smile that showed too many teeth. She pulled back the sheet to reveal my own body, covered in dirt like I'd been buried and dug up. "You never left," she said. "You're still here with me." I woke up to find I'd clawed at my own arms in my sleep until they bled. After college, I moved to a city 3 hours away from my hometown, thinking distance might help. I got a job, started therapy, tried medication. Nothing helped. The dreams continued, and sometimes I'd see her in reflections or in crowds just for a split second before she'd vanish. About a year ago, something changed again. I was dating this guy, Mark. Things were getting serious, and he stayed over at my apartment most nights. One morning, he asked me who the old woman was that he'd seen standing in my kitchen doorway during the night. I hadn't told him anything about my experiences yet. The blood drained from my face as he described her exactly as I'd always seen her. He broke things off a few weeks later, said my apartment gave him bad vibes and he couldn't sleep there. The worst part happened 3 months ago. I was visiting my parents for the weekend. We were looking through old photo albums, and my mom pulled out pictures from before I was born, showing the house they lived in when they first got married. I froze. It was the house, the one from my dreams. Every detail matched: the porch, the windows, the layout I could see in the background of the photos. "We only lived there about 6 months before you were born," my mom explained. "The owner died, and her family wanted to sell it quickly. We got a good deal, but the place always felt off. Your dad hated it. When I got pregnant, we decided to move." I asked her if she knew anything about the previous owner. She said the woman had lived there alone for decades after her husband died. She was a recluse, barely left the house. They found her body in the basement after neighbors reported not seeing her for weeks. She'd apparently fallen down the stairs. I couldn't speak. All these years, all these dreams, and it was a real place where I'd actually lived, even if only for a few months in the womb. I had to see it. The next day, I drove by the address from the old deed my mom still had. The house was gone, torn down years ago. There's a small park there now. But as I sat in my car, staring at the empty space, I swear I could still see the outline of that house, like a shadow or an impression left on reality. That night in my old childhood bedroom, I had the worst dream yet. I was in the house, but this time I knew it was the real house from my parents' past. The old woman was there, but so was a baby, me, I guess. She was holding the baby, singing a lullaby I couldn't quite hear. She looked up directly at me and said, "You never left, Eleanor. You'll always be mine." I woke up to find myself standing in my parents' kitchen, a knife in my hand. I don't remember getting up or walking downstairs. I moved back to my parents' house after that. I was too scared to live alone anymore. Last week, I finally worked up the courage to ask my mom more about the house and the woman who died there. She seemed reluctant to talk about it, but finally admitted that they'd moved because of strange occurrences. Items moving on their own, cold spots, the feeling of being watched. The final straw was when my mom was 8 months pregnant with me. She woke up one night to find an elderly woman standing at the foot of their bed saying, "The baby is mine, she'll always be mine." My mom grabbed my dad, but by the time he woke up, the figure was gone. They moved out the next day. I'm writing this because last night, I dreamt of the house again. But this time I was the old woman. I was looking out through her eyes, feeling her bitter loneliness, her desperate need to have someone stay with her forever. I watched as I, crept into the nursery that would have been mine and reached for the empty crib. I woke up to find myself standing in my parents' backyard, staring up at my bedroom window. My mom was standing there, looking down at me with a terrified expression. I don't know what's happening to me. I don't know if the old woman is a ghost that attached itself to me before I was even born, or if it's something worse. All I know is that she's still with me, still watching, still waiting. Sometimes late at night I hear her whisper, "You're still asleep, Eleanor. You never woke up." And I'm starting to think she might be right. Story 4. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. Growing up, I was always the rational one in my friend group, the one who'd explain away the creaking floorboards or debunk the haunted stories that circulated around our town. But what happened at Greenwood Cemetery last October changed everything for me. I still can't explain it, and honestly, I don't know if I want to. It was a Friday night, and I was hanging out with my 2 best friends, Mark and Tyler. We were bored out of our minds. The usual weekend plans had fallen through, and we were just sitting in Mark's basement trying to figure out what to do. That's when I had what I now realize was the worst idea of my life. "Hey, why don't we go check out Greenwood Cemetery?" I suggested. "People are always talking about how haunted it is. Could be fun to see for ourselves." Tyler immediately perked up. "The one with the 1,000 steps entrance. I've heard so many stories about that place." Mark seemed hesitant. "I don't know, Jess. That place gives me the creeps even in the daylight." "Come on," I pressed. "It's just a cemetery. What's the worst that could happen?" Then, almost as an afterthought, I added, "I have a Ouija board in my car from that Halloween party last year. We could really make a night of it." I still remember the look Mark gave me, like I'd completely lost my mind. But Tyler was already on board, and eventually Mark caved. That's how, at around 11 that night, we found ourselves parking along the dark road near Greenwood Cemetery. The air was unusually cold for October in Spokane. As we approached the infamous 1,000 steps entrance, I felt a strange heaviness settle over me. The entrance isn't actually 1,000 steps, it's more like 100 or so, but walking up them that night, it felt endless. Local legend says people have seen apparitions on these steps, and some claim to feel an overwhelming sadness or depression when climbing them. I'd always laughed off these stories. "This place is seriously creepy," Tyler whispered as we reached the top, his breath visible in the cold air. He was right. Even with our flashlights, the cemetery stretched out before us like an ocean of darkness, punctuated by the pale silhouettes of headstones and monuments. "Let's just walk around a bit," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. I had my phone out, ready to take pictures of anything interesting. The Ouija board was tucked under my arm, but I wasn't in any rush to use it yet. We wandered through the cemetery for about 20 minutes, reading old headstones and trying to spook each other. Nothing weird happened, and I started to relax. In fact, I remember feeling a little disappointed that the place wasn't living up to its reputation. "Hey, let's take some pictures," I suggested, handing my phone to Mark. Tyler and I posed in front of a particularly ornate headstone, trying our best to look scared for the camera. Mark took a couple of shots and handed the phone back to me. "Let me see." I said, swiping through the images. That's when I saw it, and my blood went cold. There, standing directly behind me in the picture, was a dark, humanoid shape. It wasn't just a shadow or a smudge on the lens. It had form like a person, but completely black and slightly blurred at the edges, and it was standing right behind me, almost seeming to lean over my shoulder. "What the hell is that?" I gasped, showing the phone to the others. Tyler grabbed it from my hands, his face draining of color. That wasn't there when I took the picture. There was nothing behind you, Jess." Mark looked over Tyler's shoulder and swore under his breath. "This has to be a trick of the light or something," he said, but his voice wavered. We immediately turned our flashlights to the area where the figure had appeared in the photo. There was nothing there, no trees, no monuments, nothing that could have cast that kind of shadow. "Take another picture," I insisted, standing in the exact same spot. Mark did, but this time there was nothing unusual in the image. Just me, looking visibly shaken, and the headstone behind me. We spent the next 15 minutes searching the area, trying to find anything that could explain what we'd seen in that first photo. But there was nothing. The rational part of my brain was working overtime, desperately trying to come up with an explanation, but coming up empty. "I think we should go," Mark said finally, a slight tremor in his voice. "This place is giving me a bad feeling." "Wait," I said, suddenly remembering the Ouija board. "We came all this way. Let's at least try the board before we leave." Both of them looked at me like I was crazy. "Are you serious?" Tyler asked. "After what we just saw?" "That's exactly why we should try it," I argued. What if whatever was in that picture is trying to communicate?" I don't know why I was so insistent. Looking back, it was completely out of character for me. I've always been the cautious one, the one who thinks things through. But something about that place was affecting me, clouding my judgment. We moved closer to the entrance, where there was a large cement circle on the ground. Some kind of memorial or marker, I guess. It was flat enough to set up the Ouija board. "I'm not touching that thing," Mark said firmly when I took out the board and planchette. Tyler nodded in agreement. "Me neither, Jess. This whole place is freaking me out." "Fine, I'll do it myself," I said, feeling a strange mix of annoyance and determination. I sat down cross-legged on the cold ground and placed the board on my lap. The moment my fingers touched the planchette, something changed. It's hard to explain, but it was like a fog settled over my mind. All my usual sharpness, my critical thinking, just dulled. I felt detached, almost dreamy, but not in a good way. It was like being half asleep, where you're aware of what's happening but can't quite process it properly. I started with the usual questions. "Is anyone here with us?" The planchette moved to yes almost immediately. I should have been freaked out by how quickly it responded, but in that strange mental state, I just accepted it. "What's your name?" I asked. The planchette circled around but didn't spell anything out. It kept moving between different letters and then went to you before returning to the center of the board. "Are you the one who appeared in our photo?" Again, it went to yes. "Why are you here?" This time the planchette moved to you again. I didn't think much of it. "Do you have a message for us?" The planchette circled around and went to yes. "What is it?" The planchette went to you once more. I continued asking questions, and the pattern continued. The planchette kept pointing to either yes or you. But in my foggy state, I didn't pick up on the pattern. It wasn't until I asked, "Is there something you want to tell us? Something you want from us?" And the planchette circled you yet again, that Tyler grabbed my wrist. "Jess, stop," he said, his voice tight with fear. "Don't you see what's happening? It keeps saying you. It's talking about you." Mark was already on his feet. "End it now, Jess. This thing is targeting you." Their words broke through the strange mental fog I was in. I looked down at the board, suddenly aware of what had been happening. The spirit, or whatever it was, had been saying "you" repeatedly, specifically to me. A chill ran down my spine as I realized how unaware I'd been of the danger. Goodbye, I said quickly, moving the planchette to the bottom of the board. But before I could complete the closing ritual, Tyler knocked the board off my lap. Just get up. Now, he ordered, pulling me to my feet. The moment my hands left the planchette, it was like waking up from a trance. The mental fog lifted, and a wave of anxiety hit me so hard I nearly doubled over. My heart was racing, my palms were sweaty, and I was suddenly acutely aware of how vulnerable we were in that dark cemetery. We need to leave. Right now, I gasped, already backing away from the board on the ground. I didn't even want to pick it up, but Mark quickly grabbed it and shoved it into my bag. We practically ran down those steps, none of us looking back. The weight that had settled on me when we entered seemed to get heavier with each step down, like something was trying to keep us there. By the time we reached the car, I was shaking uncontrollably. As we drove away, Tyler turned to look at me from the passenger seat. What the hell happened to you back there, Jess? You're usually so aware you didn't even notice when that thing kept saying you. I don't know, I said honestly, still trying to process what had happened. It was like my mind just went blank when I touched the planchette, like I wasn't fully there. And you weren't freaking out at all during the session, Mark added, glancing at me in the rearview mirror. Now you look like you're about to have a panic attack. He was right. The anxiety I felt now, the racing heart, the cold sweat, the sense of impending doom, none of that had been present while I was using the Ouija board. It was like whatever had been in that cemetery had temporarily suppressed my natural reactions, made me vulnerable. We drove in silence for a while, each lost in our own thoughts. Eventually, Tyler asked the question I'd been avoiding. Do you think something followed us out of there? Don't say that, Mark snapped, but I could see his knuckles turning white as he gripped the steering wheel. That night, I slept with all the lights on in my apartment. I kept checking my phone, looking at that photo, trying to convince myself it was just a shadow, a camera glitch, anything but what it appeared to be. But deep down, I knew better. It's been months since that night, and I haven't experienced anything paranormal since then. No strange occurrences in my apartment, no shadowy figures following me around. Sometimes I almost convince myself that nothing really happened, that the figure in the photo was just a trick of the light, that my strange mental state at the cemetery was just the power of suggestion. But then I remember how it felt when my fingers touched that planchette. The immediate change, like something had reached into my mind and turned down the volume on my consciousness. I remember how the entity kept saying you, specifically targeting me, and I remember that shadowy figure standing behind me in the photo, so close it could have reached out and touched me. I don't know what would have happened if my friends hadn't forced me to end that session. I don't know what that entity wanted from me, and honestly, I don't want to know. I've deleted that photo from my phone, but I can still see it perfectly in my mind, that dark shape standing right behind me, while I smiled for the camera, completely unaware. I still don't consider myself a believer in the supernatural, but I know what I experienced that night at Greenwood Cemetery was real, and it's the not knowing, not understanding what happened or why, that keeps me up at night. Story 5. I was 19, living at home with my parents while attending community college. We lived in this really normal suburban neighborhood, you know, the kind with well-kept lawns and neighbors who wave when they drive by. Nothing creepy about it. My bedroom was in the attic, which I actually loved because it gave me privacy. My brother's room was across the hall, but he was away at university most of the time. This happened on a Wednesday night in October. I remember because I had a psychology midterm the next day, and I'd been studying late. Around 11:30, I finally decided to call it quits. I brushed my teeth, changed into my pajamas, just a t-shirt and shorts, and turned off my lights. The room was dark except for the glow of my phone charger and the moonlight coming through my window. I climbed into bed and pulled up my covers, feeling that heavy tiredness that comes after studying too long. I must have been lying there for maybe a minute when something changed. It's hard to explain, but it was like a switch flipped in my brain. I suddenly sat up, got out of bed, and turned my lights back on. I wasn't scared yet, just confused about why I'd done that. Then I sat on the edge of my bed, facing my door, just waiting. I didn't know what I was waiting for, but my body seemed to know something was coming. The air felt different, heavier, like right before a thunderstorm. My skin was tingling, and I had this overwhelming sense of wrongness. I checked my phone. 11:43. I remember the time so clearly because it was the last normal moment before everything went to hell. The door was closed. I always closed it at night. But suddenly it wasn't about whether the door was closed anymore. Something came through it. Not opening it, through it. I didn't see it happen because whatever it was appeared behind me, but I felt it. God, I felt it. Have you ever been alone, but suddenly knew with absolute certainty that someone was watching you? It was like that, but 1,000 times worse. The presence radiated pure malevolence, not anger or hatred. Those are human emotions. This was something older and colder, something that didn't belong in our world. I couldn't move. Not like sleep paralysis. I've had that before. This was different. I was frozen in place, aware of everything but unable to scream or run. Tears started rolling down my face, but I couldn't even wipe them away. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode, then it moved closer. I could feel it right behind me, not making a sound. No breathing, no footsteps, just this pocket of absolute coldness that made the air around me drop in temperature. I was shivering uncontrollably, partly from fear, partly from the cold. What happened next is the part I can barely bring myself to think about, let alone write down. A hand, at least it was shaped like a hand, reached from behind me and grabbed my chin. The fingers were longer than human fingers should be, and the skin felt wrong. Not exactly cold, but somehow absent, like touching something that shouldn't exist. The grip was firm but not painful, and it turned my head to face forward, away from whatever was behind me. I remember thinking in that moment that if I saw what was behind me, I would lose my mind completely. Maybe that's why it made me face forward. It wasn't done with me yet. The entity pushed me down onto the bed, not violently, almost gently, which was somehow worse. And then came the most terrifying part of all. I lost myself. I don't mean I blacked out. I was still conscious. But suddenly I didn't know who I was anymore. My name, my family, my memories, everything that made me me was just gone. I was a blank slate, floating in a void of terror. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Time didn't seem to exist. There are fragments I remember. A whispering that didn't use words. A sensation of pressure on my chest. The light bulb in my ceiling lamp flickering even though our electricity never had problems. The next clear memory I have is sitting upright in my bed, rocking back and forth, staring at my window as the sun started to rise. I was still in the same position when I heard my parents getting ready for work downstairs. I heard my dad call up to ask if I wanted breakfast. I heard my mom's car start in the driveway. I heard the front door lock, but I couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't do anything but rock back and forth, my eyes fixed on the window. My phone was buzzing with text messages, probably from classmates wondering why I wasn't at the midterm. I couldn't bring myself to care. I sat like that for hours. At some point, I became aware that I was thirsty, painfully, desperately thirsty. But even that wasn't enough to break whatever hold still had me. The room felt normal again, temperature-wise, but I couldn't shake the feeling that if I moved or spoke, the entity would come back. Around 4 in the afternoon, I heard my mom's car pull into the driveway. She came in, called my name, and then came upstairs when I didn't answer. When she opened my door and saw me sitting there, she looked concerned, but not alarmed. "Lily, are you sick? Why are all your lights on? They've been on all night." I noticed when I left for work, something about her voice, her familiar presence, broke whatever was left of the spell. I collapsed, sliding off the bed and onto my knees, grabbing her legs and crying uncontrollably. I was babbling, trying to explain, but nothing coherent came out. Just sobs and half words. Mom was terrified. She kept asking what happened, if someone had hurt me, if I needed to go to the hospital. I think she thought I'd been assaulted. Eventually, I managed to calm down enough to convince her I wasn't physically hurt. I couldn't tell her what really happened. I barely understood it myself. I just said I'd had a horrible nightmare and panic attack. She brought me water and made me eat something. I was completely drained, like I'd run a marathon. My whole body ached, especially my back and shoulders. When I went to the bathroom, I caught sight of myself in the mirror and nearly screamed. My pupils were massively dilated, making my eyes look black in the bathroom light. My face was pale, with dark circles under my eyes like bruises. I took a shower, hoping it would help me feel normal again, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. When I got out and dried off, I noticed 3 long, thin bruises on my upper arm, like fingers had gripped me there. I hadn't hit anything, hadn't fallen. Those marks appeared during the night. Later that evening, my friend Amber came over to bring the notes from the classes I'd missed. The moment she saw me, she stopped in the doorway of our living room. She later told me that she'd felt suddenly afraid, though she didn't know why. She said being near me made her uneasy, like there was some kind of negative energy surrounding me. Amber's not the superstitious type, so hearing her say that really freaked me out. I slept in my parents' room that night, making up some excuse about feeling sick and wanting to be close to the bathroom. I couldn't bear the thought of going back to my attic bedroom. When I finally did return there 3 days later, I rearranged everything, moved the bed to the opposite wall, changed the curtains, put up new posters, anything to make it feel different. For weeks afterward, I had trouble sleeping. I'd jolt awake at exactly 3:14 a.m., heart racing, convinced something was in the room with me. My grades suffered. I lost weight. My parents were worried enough that they scheduled me for therapy, thinking I was having some kind of breakdown. Maybe I was, but I know what I experienced wasn't a dream or a hallucination. The entity was real. The terror was real. The bruises were real. It's been 6 years now. I've moved out, gotten my degree, started my career. I've mostly put that night behind me, but there are still things I can't explain. Sometimes electronics malfunction around me. Phones die, watches stop, computers crash. I've never been able to keep a houseplant alive, no matter how carefully I tend it. And when I visit my parents, I still refuse to sleep in my old room. I take my brother's room instead, with the door locked and a nightlight on. I don't know if what visited me that night was attached to that place, or if it targeted me specifically. I don't know why it came or what it wanted. Part of me is terrified it might return someday, but another part of me knows that if it wanted to, it could find me anywhere. Sometimes I wonder if it left something behind inside me, some small piece of itself that changed me in ways I'm still discovering. Because ever since that night, I've had moments where I catch myself sitting still, waiting, like my body remembers something my mind wants to forget. I still don't have an explanation for what happened. I probably never will, but I know it was real, and I know I'm not the same person I was before it came through my door. Story 6. I don't talk about this stuff often. Actually, I barely talk about it at all. Most people think I'm making it up or exaggerating, but I swear on everything I care about, this all happened. For 11 years of my life, from when I was 7 until I was 18, I lived in what I can only describe as a haunted house. Not the dramatic Hollywood kind with flying objects and demons. Something more subtle, but somehow worse because of how personal it felt. I was 7 when we moved to this house in a tiny English village in the Fens. It was the middle of nowhere, really. Flat lands, drainage ditches, and a lot of fog in winter. We'd moved because my little sister had just been born, and my parents needed more space. From the moment we pulled up to that house, something felt wrong. I remember sitting in the back seat of our car, looking up at those windows and feeling like something was looking back at me. My parents loved the place. My baby sister seemed fine with it too. But me, I knew something was off from day one. The first night was uneventful, probably because we were all exhausted from moving. But the second night it started. I was lying in bed, almost asleep, when I heard it. 2 distinct knocks on my bedroom door. Not loud, not soft, just deliberate. Knock, knock. I thought it was my dad checking on me. "Come in," I called out. Nothing happened. No door opening, no response. I figured maybe he hadn't heard me. "Dad, you can come in." Silence. I remember sitting up in bed, staring at that door. The landing light was on. I could see the strip of light beneath my door, but there was no shadow of someone standing there. After a few minutes, I lay back down, telling myself it was just the house settling or something. But the next night, at almost the exact same time, it happened again. Knock, knock. And again, when I called out, nobody answered. This became a nightly ritual. 2 knocks, always when I was nearly asleep, always with no one there when I called out. After about 2 weeks of this, I finally worked up the courage to actually open the door when it happened. My heart was pounding as I got out of bed and slowly turned the handle. I pulled the door open quickly, expecting, I don't know what. There was nothing. The landing was empty. The light was on, casting that yellowish glow over the carpet, but there was no one there. I checked my parents' room. They were sound asleep. My sister was in her crib, also asleep. I was the only one awake in that house. I went back to my room, closed the door, and got into bed. That's when I heard it, a rustling sound, like someone was going through papers on my desk across the room. I froze under my covers, afraid to look. The sound continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. This pattern continued for months. The knocking, the rustling, me being too scared to sleep properly. I told my parents, but they just said it was my imagination or the wind or the house settling in. One night, after particularly persistent rustling, I just couldn't take it anymore. "Stop it!" I shouted into the darkness of my room, and it did. The rustling stopped immediately. The knocking didn't happen that night either, or the next. For almost 2 weeks, things were normal, and I started to think maybe it really had been my imagination. Then it changed. I was walking down the corridor toward the front door after school one day, when this overwhelming feeling of dread washed over me. It was like all the air had been sucked out of the hallway. I couldn't breathe properly. And then I saw it. A dark, shadowy figure at the end of the corridor. Not really a person, more like a dense patch of darkness that had a vaguely human shape. I screamed and ran to the kitchen where my mum was cooking dinner. "There's someone in the house," I yelled, tugging at her arm. She just looked at me with this blank expression. "Don't be silly, Thomas. There's no one here but us." "But I saw someone in the corridor." She sighed and went to check, me trailing behind her, terrified. Of course, there was nothing there by the time we looked, but the weird thing wasn't that the figure was gone, it was how my mum reacted. She wasn't concerned, wasn't worried that her 8-year-old son was screaming about intruders. She just seemed annoyed, like I was making a fuss over nothing. The second time I saw a shadow was even worse. I was about 10, eating breakfast before school. My mum had just gone upstairs to get my sister ready. I was alone in the kitchen when I noticed something dark moving across the floor, not like a shadow cast by sunlight. This was like an oil slick sliding across the tiles. I dropped my spoon, milk splashing everywhere, and screamed for my mum. She came running downstairs, my sister on her hip. By then, whatever I'd seen was gone, but I was shaking, crying, pointing at the floor. There was something there, on the floor, like a shadow, but it was moving by itself. And again that strange, emotionless response. "Thomas, stop making things up. You're scaring your sister." That's when I started to feel truly alone. It wasn't just that strange things were happening. It was that no one believed me or seemed to care. I started to wonder if I was going crazy. When I was 12, something happened that finally gave me some validation. My friend Jake was over to play video games. My parents had gone shopping with my sister, so we had the house to ourselves. We were in the living room when we both heard it. Footsteps overhead in my bedroom, clear as day, walking back and forth. Jake looked at me. "Is someone else home?" I shook my head, my throat dry. "No, just us." "Then who's upstairs?" We both went quiet, listening. The footsteps continued for about a minute, then stopped. Jake wanted to go check, but I knew better. There wouldn't be anyone there, at least no one we could see. This happens a lot, I told him. My parents don't believe me. Jake never came over again after that day. At school, he avoided the subject completely, but at least I knew I wasn't imagining things. The worst part of all this wasn't even the phenomena themselves, it was my mother's reaction. Every time something happened, she'd act like I was making it up. Once, when I was 13, I heard my name being called from upstairs when I was home alone. I ran out of the house and waited on the front lawn until my family came home. When I told my mum what happened, she just stared at me with this cold look and said, "Stop attention-seeking, Thomas. It's not attractive." When I was 14, things got so bad that I asked to move into the converted garage. It was separate from the main house, had its own bathroom, and my parents agreed since they thought I just wanted teenage privacy. The truth was, I couldn't stand being in that house anymore. The activity lessened after I moved out there, but it didn't stop completely. Sometimes I'd hear knocking on my door out there too, though less frequently. The worst incident in the garage happened when I was 16. I woke up in the middle of the night to find what looked like a person standing at the foot of my bed, just a dark outline, completely still. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, just laid there paralyzed with fear until it gradually faded away as the sun started to rise. When I was 17, I finally confronted my mother about her lack of response to everything I'd experienced. "Why did you never believe me?" I asked her. "All those times I told you about weird things happening." She looked genuinely confused. "What are you talking about, Thomas? You never told us about anything strange. Are you serious? What about the shadow in the corridor, or on the kitchen floor, or when Jake and I heard footsteps upstairs when no one was home?" She shook her head. "This is the first I'm hearing about any of this. Are you feeling all right?" That's when I realized something even more terrifying than the hauntings themselves. Either my mother was gaslighting me for 11 years, or something in that house had affected her memory. Either way, I knew I needed to get out as soon as I could. At 18, I moved out to go to university. I got a small flat in a nearby town about 20 miles from the village. Even there, I occasionally experienced mild phenomena. Kitchen cupboards opening and closing by themselves, or feeling like someone was shushing me when I played guitar late at night, but it was nothing compared to what I'd lived with for years. When I turned 19, I transferred to a university in London, properly away from that village and that house, and just like that, everything stopped. No knocking, no footsteps, no shadows, no strange feelings of dread, nothing. I've researched the history of that house and the land it was built on. There's nothing obviously sinister, no murders, no ancient burial grounds. The house itself was only built in the 1970s. But the Fens have their own strange history, with all that water and fog and isolation. I'm 25 now, and I still can't explain what happened during those 11 years. Sometimes I wonder if it was all in my head, but then I remember Jake hearing those footsteps too. I remember the physical feeling of dread that would wash over me. I remember how real those shadows looked. The strangest part is how it seemed to only affect me. My sister grew up in that house with no issues at all. My parents loved it there. They still live there now, but they don't have a relationship with me anymore. After years of them dismissing my fears and me becoming more withdrawn and difficult, we just drifted apart. I've never gone back to visit. I don't think I ever will. Whatever was in that house, whether it was actually haunted or whether there was something about that place that affected my mind, it's still there, and it still knows me. Story 7. I still can't believe I'm finally writing this down. It's been almost 11 years, but I still wake up sometimes with my heart racing, thinking I can feel that presence hovering over me. I've never told anyone the full story because, honestly, who would believe me? But after reading so many accounts on here of similar experiences, I feel like maybe someone will understand what happened to me when I was 14. I grew up in River Heights, one of those small towns where everyone knows everyone else's business. My mom had passed away when I was 9, and my grandma, who had schizophrenia and PTSD from her time in the military, became my guardian. We lived in a modest house, nothing fancy, but it was home. My great-aunt Elaine lived across town in this old Victorian house with her boyfriend Roger. I never liked Roger. Ever since I first met him when I was about 10, something about him just felt wrong. He never did anything specifically bad to me, but whenever he was around, I got this heavy feeling in my chest, like the air was suddenly too thick to breathe properly. My grandma would invite them over for dinner sometimes, and I'd make up excuses to stay in my room. Roger always watched me with these cold eyes, not in a creepy way that adults would notice and call out, but in this subtle, calculating way that only I seemed to pick up on. When he'd talk to me, he'd ask normal questions about school and stuff, but his voice never matched his eyes. The words were right, but something behind them felt hungry. I remember one time when I was 12, I was getting a drink from the kitchen during one of their visits, and Roger came in to get more ice for his drink. He didn't see me at first, and I watched him standing there, staring at a family photo on our fridge. The way his fingers traced over my face in the picture made my skin crawl. When he noticed me, he smiled and said, "You have such a special energy about you, Madison." I literally ran back to my room. Fast forward to when I was 14. Roger died suddenly of a heart attack. He was only 58. Great-aunt Elaine was devastated, and my grandma immediately stepped in to help. The plan was to pack up the house since Elaine couldn't afford to keep it on her own, and she would come live with us for a while until she figured out her next steps. The day after the funeral, my grandma, my older brother Jake, and I went to help start the packing process. It was mid-July, hot and sticky, and the old house didn't have great air conditioning. The minute I stepped inside, I felt it, this pressure, like someone pushing down on my shoulders. I told myself it was just the heat and the sadness of the situation. We spent hours sorting through stuff in the living room and kitchen. Great-aunt Elaine kept breaking down in tears over random objects, a coffee mug, a book of crossword puzzles, a worn-out recliner that still had the indent of Roger's body. I tried to be helpful, but I couldn't shake this feeling of being watched. Around 4 in the afternoon, my grandma sent me upstairs to start boxing up some clothes from the bedroom closet. The staircase was narrow and steep, with a wooden banister that creaked when I touched it. The upstairs hallway was dark, with 3 doors, one to the bathroom, one to a small office, and one to the master bedroom. I hesitated outside the bedroom door. The feeling of being watched had intensified, and my hand froze on the doorknob. I actually whispered out loud, "Stop being stupid," and pushed the door open. The room was tidy, but cluttered with a lifetime of possessions. The bed was still unmade on Roger's side, like he'd just gotten up and would be back any minute. A glass of water sat on his nightstand, half empty. A pair of reading glasses folded next to an open book. It was eerie, like walking into a museum exhibit of someone's life that had been suddenly interrupted. I went to the closet and started taking clothes off hangers, folding them, and putting them in boxes. Roger's clothes smelled like him, this weird mix of aftershave and something else I could never place. Kind of metallic. As I worked, the room got colder, which was weird considering how hot it was outside and how stuffy the rest of the house felt. I was reaching for a box on the top shelf when I knocked something over. It was a small wooden box that fell and sprang open on the carpet. Inside were photos, old Polaroids mostly, of young women. They weren't inappropriate or anything, but they were strange. The women looked not scared exactly, but uncomfortable, like they didn't know they were being photographed. Some looked like they were asleep. I was staring at these photos when I heard Great-aunt Elaine's voice behind me. "Madison, what are you doing?" I jumped and spun around, feeling guilty even though I hadn't done anything wrong. "I'm sorry. I accidentally knocked this box down when I was getting the one on the shelf." Great-aunt Elaine looked at the photos scattered on the floor, and her face did something complicated, like she was trying to decide how to react. She knelt down and started gathering them up quickly. "Roger was an observer of people," she said quietly. "He found beauty in capturing moments when people were just being themselves. Something about the way she said it made me think she was trying to convince herself as much as me. She paused, holding one of the photos, then looked up at me with these sad, worried eyes. Madison, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but when Roger was having his heart attack, he said something strange. He made me promise that if anything happened to him, I wouldn't let you into this house. My blood went cold. What? Why would he say that? She shook her head. I don't know, sweetie. He was not himself at the end. The pain was making him delirious. She gathered the rest of the photos and put them back in the box. Let's forget about it. He always thought you were special, though. Always said you had a gift. That didn't make me feel any better. Not at all. We finished packing up the house over the next few days. Great Aunt Elaine moved into our spare bedroom, bringing only her most treasured possessions. The rest went into storage or was donated. I tried to forget about what she'd told me, but those words kept echoing in my head. Don't let Madison into this house. About 5 days after Great Aunt Elaine moved in with us, it happened. I went to bed around 10:30 that night. My room was across the hall from the spare bedroom where Great Aunt Elaine was staying. I remember hearing her crying softly as I drifted off to sleep. It made me sad, but also relieved that I couldn't hear anything else. No whispers, no footsteps, none of the weird noises I'd been imagining since we'd packed up her house. I woke up at exactly 3:17, according to my bedside clock. I know because my eyes snapped open and went straight to those glowing red numbers. The room was freezing cold, and I could see my breath hanging in the air above me. I tried to pull my blanket up higher, but my arms wouldn't move, neither would my legs or my head. The only things I could move were my eyes, darting around in panic as I realized I couldn't even scream. My mouth was frozen open in a silent gasp. That's when I felt it, a weight at the foot of my bed like someone sitting down. The mattress dipped, and I felt the pressure move up alongside my body, inch by inch, until it was right beside my chest. I couldn't see anything there, but I could feel it. This heavy presence pushing down on me. The air above my face began to darken, condensing into a shape that was almost human, but not quite. It was like looking at a person-shaped hole in reality, darker than the darkness around it. No features, just a void where a face should be. But then I saw the eyes. They formed slowly, like 2 points of dim light swimming up from the depths of that darkness. They weren't human eyes. They were too far apart, too large, and they didn't reflect light. They absorbed it, and they were Roger's eyes. I know that sounds crazy, but I recognized them immediately. That same cold, hungry look he'd always had when he looked at me. The room got even colder, and my lungs burned with each shallow breath I managed to take. The shadow leaned closer, and I could smell that same metallic scent that had clung to Roger's clothes. Then it spoke. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, like it was inside my head, but also pressing against my skin from the outside. Get out. The shadow's face was inches from mine now. I could feel its breath. Yes, it had breath, cold and rancid, like meat left too long in the sun. Get out. Its voice was getting louder, angrier. The darkness around it pulsed and expanded, filling my vision. Get out. And then it struck me. I felt something like fingernails, too many fingernails, too sharp, rake across my right cheek. The pain was immediate and intense, like being slashed with a razor. I felt something warm and wet running down my face onto my neck. The moment it touched me, whatever had been holding me down released. I screamed and flailed, throwing myself sideways off the bed. I hit the floor hard, banging my elbow on my nightstand. The lamp fell and shattered. I scrambled backward until my back hit the wall, my hand pressed to my cheek. When I pulled it away, my fingers were slick with blood. My bedroom door flew open, and my grandma stood there in her nightgown, wild-eyed and confused. Madison, what happened? Are you okay? I opened my mouth to tell her everything, but then I saw Great Aunt Elaine behind her. and the words died in my throat. My grandma was already dealing with so much, her sister's grief, her own mental health issues, that sometimes made it hard for her to distinguish reality from delusion. If I told her a shadow with Roger's eyes had attacked me, would she believe me, or would it trigger an episode? I had a nightmare, I stammered. I fell out of bed and cut myself on the broken lamp. My grandma helped me up, led me to the bathroom, and cleaned the cut on my face. It was deep enough that it probably needed stitches, but I begged her not to take me to the hospital. She finally agreed to just use butterfly bandages after I promised to tell her if it got worse. The whole time, Great Aunt Elaine stood in the doorway, watching me with this strange expression, half concern, half something else I couldn't read. When my grandma went to get more bandages from the kitchen, Elaine leaned in and whispered, "He always said you could see things others couldn't. That's why he was afraid of you." I moved into my brother's room that night, told everyone I was too scared to sleep alone after my nightmare. 2 weeks later, I convinced my grandma to let me go stay with my aunt in another town, saying I wanted to attend a better school. The real reason was I couldn't stand being in that house anymore, feeling those eyes on me every night. The cut on my face healed, but it left a thin white scar that I still have. Sometimes when I look in the mirror, I swear it gets red and irritated on the anniversary of that night, like it's remembering what caused it. Even if I try to forget, I never found out what Roger was, or why he warned Elaine to keep me away. Maybe he knew I could sense what he really was. Maybe he was afraid I'd see through whatever mask he wore in life. All I know is that whatever was in my room that night wasn't human, and it wasn't just a nightmare. The scar on my face proves that. And sometimes when I'm drifting off to sleep, I still hear that voice, like a distant echo. Get out, and I always sleep with the lights on. Story 8. I've been putting off writing about this for almost 3 years now. I guess part of me hoped that by not acknowledging it, I could somehow pretend it never happened. But I can't sleep most nights without seeing that little girl's face or hearing the wails of her mother when they found her. I was working as a missionary in Kiribati back in 2019. For those who don't know, it's this tiny island nation in the middle of the Pacific, basically a collection of coral atolls barely above sea level. I'd been stationed there for about 8 months, teaching English and helping with community projects. The locals call themselves Kiribati, and they're some of the kindest people I've ever met. My name's Jacob. I was 26 when all this happened, fresh out of seminary school with grand ideas about helping people and spreading the good word. The reality of missionary work is way less glamorous than most people think. Lots of sweating in humidity that never lets up, stomach bugs from unfamiliar food, and a constant feeling of being slightly out of place. I was living in Bikini, one of the main settlements on Tarawa Atoll. My little concrete blockhouse had a tin roof that amplified the tropical rain to deafening levels, but I'd gotten used to it. That particular day in April was brutally hot, even by Kiribati standards. I remember my shirt was completely soaked through with sweat by 10 in the morning as I made my way to the Tiboa family's house for their English lesson. The Tiboas lived on what locals called the lower side, basically the poorer part of the village where houses were more makeshift and crowded together. I was halfway through teaching 8-year-old Buer and his parents when we heard this commotion from a few houses down, wailing, the kind that makes your skin crawl. Not just crying, but that primal sound of complete devastation. Buer's father, Teanaki, went to the doorway to look. When he came back, his face had changed completely. "The Korokora family," he said quietly. "Their daughter has passed." My stomach dropped. I'd seen the Korokora girl around, couldn't have been more than 7 years old, with these bright eyes and a smile that could light up the whole village. I didn't know her name, but I'd waved to her a few times when passing their house. "What happened?" I asked. Teanaki and his wife exchanged this look that I've come to recognize as the universal Kiribati expression for, "This involves things the foreigner won't understand." "She drowned," he finally said. "In the lagoon." That didn't make sense to me. I knew most Kiribati kids could swim almost before they could walk. Drowning was rare, especially for a child that age. I couldn't focus on the lesson after that. The wailing continued, occasionally rising to this pitch that made me feel physically ill. When we finished, I asked Teanaki if it would be appropriate for me to offer condolences. He hesitated, then nodded. "But do not ask questions," he warned. "There are complicated things." The Korakora house was small, even by local standards. Maybe 15 people were crammed into the main room and spilling out onto the packed dirt of the yard. The body wasn't there. I later learned it had been taken to the island's only hospital for examination. The girl's mother sat on a mat in the center of the room, rocking back and forth. Her face was blank, eyes unfocused, like she wasn't really there. I stood awkwardly at the edge of the gathering, feeling completely out of place. An older man, who I recognized as one of the village elders, noticed me and came over. "You are the American teacher," he said. It wasn't a question. "Yes, sir. Jacob, I wanted to offer my condolences." He nodded slowly. "It is good you came, but this is not something for outsiders to understand." I was about to leave when he put his hand on my arm. Her name was Ne Ta Bui. Remember it. Something in his tone made me shiver despite the heat. That night, I couldn't sleep. The ceiling fan in my little house just pushed the hot air around, and my mind kept circling back to the wailing mother, the somber faces. Around 2 in the morning, I got up and went to sit on my tiny porch with a warm bottle of water. My neighbor Karua was also awake, smoking one of those hand-rolled cigarettes that seemed to be constantly between his fingers. He nodded at me. "The Korakora girl," he said without preamble. "You heard?" "Just that she drowned," I replied. "Seemed strange to me. Don't most kids here know how to swim?" Karua took a long drag. "She was in hospital first. For the, how you say, when the body shakes? Seizures?" "Yes, these. 3 days she was there. The doctors, they say she is getting better." He flicked ash onto the ground. "Last night, the guards at hospital, they see her walking." I frowned. "Walking where?" "Out. She wear only her underwear, her hair covering her face. The guards, they try to stop her, but she no speak. Just raise her hand and point." He pointed dramatically toward the lagoon side of the island. "They afraid. Think maybe she is not alive already, a spirit, so they let her go." A chill ran down my spine despite the oppressive heat. In morning, parents come to hospital, but no Ne Tabui. They search everywhere, find her many hours later, face down in lagoon water. He made a gesture with his hands. She walked half-mile out, tide was low, then she lay down in water. "That's horrible," I said, trying to process what he was telling me. But why would she do that, and why would the guards let a 7-year-old child just walk out alone at night? Karua looked at me for a long moment. "You not understand, Jacob. This happened before." "What do you mean?" "The grandmother, Ne Tabui's grandmother, same name, same thing happened. Many years ago when I was boy, she have the shaking sickness. Then one night she walked to lagoon, drown herself same place. I felt the hairs rise on my arms. The grandmother had the same name and died the same way." He nodded solemnly. "Same name, same sickness, same death." He crushed out his cigarette. "Family is cursed. Something take them to the water." I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it's genetic, the seizures, I mean. And maybe the girl was confused, disoriented from medication. Karua just looked at me with something between pity and frustration. "You Americans always want explanation. Some things have no explanation, you understand." The next day, I couldn't stop thinking about what Karua had told me. After my morning lessons, I walked to the small clinic where an Australian doctor named Melanie worked part-time. I'd met her at a community event and thought she might give me a more scientific perspective. Melanie was exhausted when I found her. She'd been one of the doctors treating the Korakora girl. "Horrible business," she said, running a hand through her short hair. "The whole thing makes no sense medically." "What do you mean?" I asked. "Ne Taabui was admitted 3 days ago with seizures. We don't have great diagnostic equipment here, but everything pointed to some form of epilepsy. She was responding well to medication, fully conscious, talking normally. She shook her head. Then sometime around midnight, she simply got up and walked out. None of the staff noticed until it was too late. I heard the security guards saw her leave. Melanie's expression darkened. That's the story they're telling now, that she walked past them, pointing to the lagoon. But honestly, I think they just fell asleep on duty and are covering their asses, although... She hesitated. What? The night nurse did report something strange. Said she checked on Nay Tabui around 11:30 and the girl was mumbling in her sleep. Something about she's calling me to the water. Melanie shrugged. Could be fever dreams, medication side effects. Kids say weird things. That night I attended the funeral. In Kiribati tradition, it happened quickly after death. The small cemetery was on higher ground, away from the constant threat of rising tides. The entire village seemed to be there, standing in solemn groups around the tiny coffin. During the service, conducted mostly in Kiribati with some English prayers mixed in, I noticed the girl's father kept looking not toward the grave, but back toward the lagoon. His eyes were wide, fearful. After the burial, food was shared, and people began to talk in hushed tones. I found myself standing near a group of older women who didn't notice me listening. It's the same, one was saying. Exactly the same as her grandmother. The hospital should have known better, another replied. They should have had someone with her always. Would not matter, said a third, the oldest of the group. When the lagoon calls those with that name, they must answer. It has always been so. But why? Asked the first. What did the family do to deserve this curse? The old woman leaned in, her voice dropping even lower. They say the first Nay Tabui, many generations ago, she took something from the lagoon, something that belonged to the spirits. Now they take back again and again. I must have made some noise because they suddenly noticed me and fell silent, giving me those looks that made it clear I was intruding. That evening, I couldn't shake the weight of what I'd heard. I walked down to the lagoon as the sun was setting. The tide was out, exposing a vast stretch of wet sand and coral. I tried to imagine a confused little girl walking out there in the darkness, lying down and waiting for the water to take her. As I stood there, an old man approached, the same elder who had spoken to me at the house. "You should not be here," he said quietly. "I'm just trying to understand," I replied. "Some things are not for understanding." He looked out across the water. This place, this lagoon, it remembers. Our ancestors knew not to disturb certain things, certain places, but people forget. The women at the funeral mentioned a curse, something about the first Nay Tabui taking something from the lagoon. He sighed heavily. Old stories. The first woman with that name, she found a stone in the lagoon. Beautiful, glowing like the moon. She took it home, made it into jewelry. But the stone belonged to the spirits of the water. Since then, they call back anyone with that name who has the shaking sickness. "But that's just a story," I said gently. "There must be a rational explanation." He looked at me, his eyes suddenly hard. 2 days before Nay Tabui went to hospital, her mother found her sleepwalking. The girl was trying to leave the house. When her mother woke her, the girl said, "Grandmother is calling me to come to the water. She says I must bring back what was taken." A cold feeling spread through my chest. Did the family ever find this stone, the one from the story? No, it was lost generations ago. He turned to leave, then paused. "Tonight is the 3rd night since her death. Stay away from the lagoon after dark." I didn't listen. After dinner, I found myself drawn back to the shore. The moon was nearly full, casting an eerie light across the exposed coral of the low tide. I sat on a piece of driftwood, watching the gentle waves at the edge of the reef, trying to make sense of everything. I must have dozed off because I jolted awake suddenly, disoriented. The tide had started coming in, water much closer to where I sat. But that's not what had awakened me. There was a figure standing at the edge of the water, Small, the size of a child, long dark hair obscuring the face, my breath caught in my throat. For a moment I couldn't move, couldn't think. The figure raised one arm slowly, pointing out toward the deeper water. I stood up, heart hammering in my chest. "Hello?" My voice sounded thin and frightened. The figure didn't respond, just kept pointing. Then slowly, it began to walk out into the water. "Wait!" I called, starting to move toward it. "Stop!" I splashed into the shallows, but the figure kept moving, now waist deep in the incoming tide. I could see now it was wearing only underwear, just like Karua had described. "Ne tabui," I called, though I knew it couldn't be her. She was buried. I'd seen the coffin lowered into the ground myself. The figure stopped and slowly turned. The hair parted slightly, and I caught a glimpse of the face beneath. It wasn't the little girl. It was older, lined with age, but with the same eyes, the same structure. The grandmother, I realized with a jolt of horror, but not as she would have been in life. Her skin had the bloated, pale look of something long submerged. She raised her hand again, this time pointing directly at me. I stumbled backward, falling into the water. By the time I scrambled up, the figure was gone, just ripples spreading across the surface where she had stood. I ran all the way back to my house, soaking wet and gasping for breath. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. 3 days later, I requested a transfer to another island. They found me a position on Abayang, another atoll in the chain. Before I left, I asked Karua if anything strange had happened at the lagoon since the funeral. "No," he said, studying my face carefully. "But they say you were there that night." The third night, I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. "You saw something." Again, not a question. I think I saw her grandmother." Karua didn't look surprised. "She showed herself to you for a reason. Maybe you have something that belongs to the water." I left Kiribati completely 2 months later. I told my supervisors it was health reasons, which wasn't entirely a lie. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that bloated face beneath the dark hair, that pointing finger. The rational part of my brain says it was grief, suggestion, the power of a story to make us see things that aren't there. But deep down, I know what I saw. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, my sheets soaked with sweat, convinced I can hear the sound of water lapping against my bedroom door. Story 9. I've been working at Henderson's Hardware in Millfield's historic district for over 10 years now. It's this beautiful old brick building from 1927 with worn wooden floors that creak under your feet and that distinct smell of sawdust and metal that's baked into every corner. Most days, I love this place. It feels like stepping back in time with all the original wood shelving and the old-fashioned cash register we kept around just for show. I'm not one of those people who goes looking for ghosts or anything weird. I've always been pretty rational. But after what happened that rainy Tuesday morning last month, I can't stop thinking about it. I need to get this off my chest because it's keeping me up at night. Let me back up a bit. Over the years working here, there have been little things, nothing major enough to make me feel unsafe, just odd. Sometimes when I'm closing up, I'll hear footsteps upstairs in the loft where we store seasonal inventory. The first few times I'd call out thinking maybe Frank, the owner, had come back for something, but there was never anyone there. Frank mentioned years ago that he sometimes heard someone running across the roof late at night when he worked alone. I kind of brushed it off. This building is almost 100 years old, so weird noises are part of the package, right? But then I started hearing it too. Not every night, but maybe once every couple months. Just the distinct sound of footsteps running across the flat part of the roof. We've had other little things too. Tools that get moved from where we left them. Lights that turn on when nobody's been in that section of the store. The kind of stuff you can explain away if you want to. Maybe someone moved it and forgot. Maybe there's an electrical issue. But what happened that Tuesday morning, I can't explain it away. I'm usually the opener, so I get here around 6 a.m. to get everything ready for our 7 o'clock opening. It was pouring rain that morning, one of those heavy spring storms that makes everything darker than usual. The store was almost pitch black when I unlocked the front door. I remember how the rain was hammering against the windows and how my shoes squeaked on the floor as I walked in. I had this weird feeling as soon as I stepped inside, like the air was heavy or something. It's hard to explain. The first thing I always do is walk to the back office to disarm the security system. We have a pretty basic setup, motion sensors and door alarms, but they've always been reliable. The system showed armed, just like it should be, meaning nobody had entered since Frank had set it the night before when he closed. As I was walking toward the office, I heard some movement coming from underneath the loft area where we have our workshop. My first thought was that maybe a shelf had shifted or something had fallen. This building settles and makes noise all the time, especially during weather changes. But then I heard a voice. A man's voice. It wasn't clear enough to make out the words, but it sounded like someone was having a conversation. The voice would pause like they were listening to someone respond, then continue talking. But I couldn't hear anyone else. I froze in place, my keys still in my hand. Part of me wanted to run right back out the front door, but I convinced myself it was probably the radio from the garage next door. Their wall backs up to ours, and sometimes you can hear them if they play their music loud. I continued toward the office, trying to ignore the voice. The alarm panel is right next to the light switches, so I figured I'd kill two birds with one stone, disarm the system and turn on the lights to make myself feel better. As I reached for the panel, something made me glance toward the loft area on my right. The loft is basically an open mezzanine floor that runs along the back wall of the store, with a railing along the front and stairs on the far end. We use it mostly for storage and the occasional office overflow. That's when I saw him. There was a man standing at the railing of the loft, looking down at me. He was about 5'10" with a full beard and looked to be in his 50s. He was wearing what looked like a dark jacket or shirt. It was hard to see details in the darkness, but his outline was perfectly clear. The weird thing was, even though the store was dark, I could see his face clearly, like he was somehow lit differently than everything around him. I completely froze. We just stared at each other. For what felt like forever, but was probably 15 seconds. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't do anything. It wasn't like in movies where people get scared and run or scream. I was literally paralyzed with fear. The man didn't say anything. He just watched me with this neutral expression. Then he turned and walked away from the railing toward the back of the loft, and he just disappeared. Not like he walked through a wall or faded away. He just walked into the shadows and was gone. Once he disappeared, I snapped out of it. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely punch in the alarm code. I hit all the light switches at once, flooding the store with fluorescent light. Then I grabbed a hammer from the nearest display and ran upstairs to the loft. There was nobody there. Nothing was disturbed. The dust on some of the boxes hadn't been touched. There was literally no evidence anyone had been up there. I searched the entire store, every aisle, the bathroom, the storage closets, the basement. Nobody. And here's the thing that really freaks me out. The alarm system was still armed when I came in. The log showed it had been armed at 9:15 the previous night when Frank left and hadn't been disarmed until I entered my code that morning. No doors or windows had been opened. No motion sensors had been triggered. According to our security system, nobody had been in the store between Frank leaving and me arriving. But I know what I saw. After searching the store, I called Frank. He got there in about 20 minutes, and we searched the place together again. He didn't find anything either. When I described the man I saw, Frank got really quiet. Then he pulled out an old photo album from the office. It was full of pictures from the store's history. The original owners, renovations, staff photos from different decades. Frank flipped through until he found a black and white photo from the 1960s, 1950s. He pointed to a man standing by the front counter. "Is this who you saw?" he asked. My blood ran cold. It was him, the same height, same beard, same face. The photo showed the store's second owner, Harold McKinley, who had run the place from 1942 until his death in 1968. According to Frank, Harold had died of a heart attack while working late one night in the store. He was found the next morning at the bottom of the loft stairs. Frank then told me something he'd never mentioned before. His father, who owned the store before him, used to talk about seeing Harold walking around the loft area at night. Frank had always written it off as his dad's imagination or a way to explain the weird noises in the old building. But now he wasn't so sure. What makes this whole thing even stranger is that I'd never seen this photo before. I didn't know what Harold looked like or how he died. There's no way my mind could have conjured up his exact appearance. I still work at the store. It might sound crazy, but despite what happened, it still feels like a peaceful place to work. In 10 years, this is the only clear apparition I've ever seen here. Sometimes I feel like maybe Harold was just checking in on the place he loved, making sure everything was still running smoothly. But I'm more careful now when I open up on rainy mornings. I turn the lights on as soon as I get in the door, and sometimes when I'm closing up alone, I'll say goodnight to Harold before I leave, just in case. I still haven't figured out what to make of what happened that morning. The rational part of my brain wants to explain it away. Maybe I was tired, maybe it was a trick of the light. But deep down, I know what I saw was real. Someone was standing in that loft looking down at me. Someone who, according to our alarm system, couldn't possibly have been there. And sometimes when I'm working late, I still hear those footsteps running across the roof. Story 10. I still remember that night like it happened yesterday, not 23 years ago. I was 8 years old, sitting in the back seat of my parents' old Buick, driving back from my grandparents' horse farm in Smithland, Iowa. It was late, probably around 10 o'clock, which felt like the middle of the night to an 8-year-old. My mom had tucked a blanket around me and I was half asleep, watching the cornfields and occasional farmhouses pass by through the window. That summer night in 1999 was unusually bright. There was a full moon, one of those really bright ones that lit up everything around us. My dad always took the back roads home, said it was more peaceful than the highway, especially at night. I remember the radio playing softly, something country that my dad liked, and my mom occasionally pointing out constellations through the windshield. I wasn't really paying attention to much, just kind of drifting in and out of sleep when we drove past this livestock pen about 20 minutes from home. Nothing special about it, just a standard fenced area where some farmer kept their cattle during the day. It was empty at night usually, except this time it wasn't. I sat up straighter as we approached, immediately wide awake. Standing in the middle of the pen was a figure, a man, just standing there, completely still. The moonlight was so bright that I could see him clearly, even though we were moving past at about 40 miles per hour. He was tall, unnaturally tall it seemed to me. He wore a long black trench coat that reached almost to the ground, all black clothes underneath, and a black cowboy hat pulled low over his face, and he was just standing there, not moving, not doing anything at all, just standing in the middle of an empty livestock pen at 10 o'clock at night in rural Iowa. I remember thinking, why is a cowboy standing in a cow pen at night? But even as I had that thought, I knew something was wrong. Very wrong. He didn't look like any cowboy I'd ever seen before. Everything about him was wrong. As we drove past, I felt a chill run through my entire body. I'm absolutely certain he was staring directly at me. I couldn't see his eyes under that hat, but I knew he was looking at me. Not at our car, at me specifically. I felt it. It was like being doused in ice water. My parents didn't notice anything. They were talking about some repair my dad needed to do on the tractor, completely oblivious to the man in the pen. I wanted to say something, to point him out, but I couldn't speak. My throat had closed up completely. As our car passed the pen, I twisted around in my seat to look back at him through the rear window. I needed to see him again, to confirm what I'd seen. He was gone. Completely vanished. There 1 second, gone the next. I blinked hard and pressed my face against the window, straining to see. The pen was completely empty. The moonlight illuminated every inch of that enclosure, and there was nowhere he could have hidden. No trees, no structures, nothing but flat ground surrounded by a simple wire fence. He'd disappeared into thin air. I sat back in my seat, heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I wanted to tell my parents, but something stopped me. A deep, primal fear that speaking about what I'd seen would somehow make it worse, would somehow summon him back. "You okay back there, buddy?" my dad asked, catching my eye in the rearview mirror. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I nodded wordlessly and pulled my blanket up higher, as if it could protect me. "We'll be home soon," my mom said, reaching back to pat my knee. "You can sleep in tomorrow." I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I kept seeing that figure whenever I closed my eyes. The black coat, the black hat, the unnatural stillness. I started having nightmares where I'd be playing in our yard and look up to see him standing at the edge of our property, watching me. In my dreams, he never moved, never spoke, just watched. I never told my parents. I don't know why. Kids are weird about things that scare them, I guess. Maybe I thought they wouldn't believe me, or worse, maybe they would. Maybe they'd confirm there was something to be afraid of. The weeks passed, then months, then years. The memory never faded, though. Most childhood memories get fuzzy around the edges, but not this one. This one stayed razor sharp. I can still describe exactly what he looked like, exactly how the moonlight fell across that livestock pen, exactly how cold I felt when I sensed him staring at me. I'm 31 now. I moved away from Iowa after college, settled in Minneapolis, got a job in software development. I've got a normal life, a girlfriend, a dog, a small condo. But I've never forgotten that night. I've never told anyone about it until recently, when I finally described it to my girlfriend after waking up from another nightmare about him. "It was just a guy," she said, trying to be reassuring. "Probably some farmer checking his fences or something." But it wasn't. I know it wasn't. No farmer checks fences at 10 at night, standing motionless in the middle of a pen. No normal human disappears into thin air, and no ordinary stranger makes you feel that specific kind of fear, the kind that settles into your bones and never quite leaves. Last month, I had to drive back to Iowa for my cousin's wedding. I took the same back roads my dad always used, telling myself it was for nostalgia's sake, but I knew the real reason. I wanted to see if the pen was still there. It was. Nothing had changed. The same stretch of road, the same fenced enclosure, now with a few cattle grazing inside. I slowed down as I approached, heart hammering in my chest. Part of me was terrified I'd see him again. Part of me almost wanted to, just to prove I hadn't imagined it. The pen was empty, except for the cattle. I felt relief wash over me, followed immediately by a strange disappointment. Then, as I was about to speed up again, I noticed something. The cows were all clustered at one end of the pen, as far as they could get from the center, and they were all facing the same direction, staring at the empty middle of the enclosure. I hit the gas hard and didn't slow down until I reached town. At the wedding reception, after a few beers, I finally worked up the courage to ask my uncle if he remembered anything strange happening in the area when I was a kid. He's lived in that county his whole life, knows all the local stories. "What kind of strange?" he asked. I hesitated, then said, "Like any stories about a really tall man in a black cowboy hat?" His face changed, not dramatically, but enough that I noticed. He took a long drink from his beer. "Where'd you hear about that?" he asked, his voice careful. My skin prickled. "I saw him once, I think, when I was a kid." My uncle nodded slowly. "You're not the only one. There's been stories about him for years. My granddaddy used to talk about seeing a man like that back in the 30s, standing in fields at night." "Who is he?" I asked. "Nobody knows. Some say he shows up before bad things happen. Others say he's looking for something or someone." He shrugged, trying to make light of it. "Just old farmer tales, probably." But I could tell he didn't believe that. I asked around more after that, cautiously. Most people just looked confused. A few changed the subject, but a handful, all older folks who'd lived in the area their whole lives, got the same look my uncle had. They knew something, but they didn't want to talk about it. One old-timer at the local diner finally opened up after I told him my story. He leaned in close, voice dropping. My daddy saw him back in 1942, right before a tornado wiped out half the county, standing in our cornfield, still as a statue. Daddy said he felt like the man was staring right into his soul. He tapped his coffee cup nervously. 2 days later, the tornado hit, killed 11 people. Is he some kind of warning? I asked. The old man shook his head. Don't think so. Think he just watches. Been reports of him for over 100 years. Always the same description. Always in rural areas. Always at night. Have you seen him? I asked. He nodded once, eyes distant. 1978. Standing by the side of the road as I drove home from a late shift, turned around to go back, thinking someone needed help. He was gone. I left Iowa the next day, driving the main highway instead of the back roads. I've been researching ever since, looking for similar sightings. There are more than I expected, scattered across the Midwest. Most people describe the same figure, unusually tall, all in black, with a cowboy hat, standing motionless in open areas at night. Sometimes he's spotted in fields, sometimes by roadsides, sometimes in empty lots. Always rural areas, always at night, and almost always the person who sees him feels certain he's staring directly at them. I don't know what he is. A ghost? Some kind of supernatural entity? A shared hallucination? What I do know is that I saw him. He was real. And somehow, I know with absolute certainty that I'll see him again someday. That's what scares me the most. Not the memory of that night, but the certainty that it wasn't a one-time encounter, that somewhere out there, he's still standing in the darkness, watching and waiting, and someday, our paths will cross again. I keep a baseball bat by my bed now. I know it wouldn't do any good against whatever he is, but it makes me feel better. I've installed extra locks on my doors and windows. I avoid rural areas at night whenever possible. My girlfriend thinks I'm being ridiculous. Maybe I am. But she didn't see him that night. She didn't feel what I felt, that bone-deep knowledge that I was in the presence of something that didn't belong in our world. I still have the nightmares, still see him standing there, impossibly still, impossibly tall, face hidden beneath that black hat. Still wake up gasping, certain he's in my room watching me. Sometimes when I'm driving at night, I find myself scanning the roadside, the empty lots, the fields, looking for him, dreading seeing him again, but knowing someday I will. Because the thing is, I don't think our first meeting was random. I think he chose me for whatever reason, and I think he's patient. He's waited 23 years already. He can wait longer, but eventually I'll see him again. Standing somewhere he shouldn't be, perfectly still, watching me from beneath that black hat. And this time, I don't think he'll just watch. Story 11. I've never told this story publicly before, but I need to get it off my chest. I've been dealing with this thing my entire life, and honestly, I'm exhausted. I'm hoping someone here might have experienced something similar or have some insight because I'm at my wit's end. I'm Cassie, 20 years old, almost 21, and for as long as I can remember, weird shit happens when I'm trying to sleep. Not every night, which almost makes it worse because I never know when it's coming. My first memory of this goes back to when I was maybe 4 or 5. My older sister was at a friend's house for the night, and I decided it would be fun to set up a little tent in our playroom. My mom helped me arrange blankets over some chairs, and I was so excited to sleep in my fort, surrounded by all my toys. I remember feeling so grown up and brave. I had this plastic baby swing for my dolls in the room. It was one of those little things that stood maybe 1.5 feet tall with a small seat hanging from a plastic frame. I specifically remember seeing it across the room when I settled in for the night. I woke up in the middle of the night to this weird sound, like something brushing against the side of my blanket tent. At first I thought maybe it was our cat, but then I looked out, and what I saw still gives me chills thinking about it. The baby swing was swinging, not just a little movement like it got bumped, but swinging, like aggressively back and forth, as if someone had just pushed it really hard. There was nobody there. The door was still closed. The windows were shut. My mom was asleep in her room. I remember my heart racing as I stared at it, trying to understand what was happening. I was too young to process it, but I knew something was very wrong. I bolted out of that tent so fast and ran straight to my mom's room. I never told her exactly what happened, just said I got scared. I was too young to explain what I'd seen or why it terrified me so much. For years after that, I would have random experiences, usually when I was falling asleep or had just woken up. My toys would be in different positions. My bedroom door would be open when I knew I'd closed it. Little things that I could almost convince myself were normal. But then came the blanket incident when I was about 5. My sister and I were at her friend's house for a sleepover. The adults were upstairs, and we kids were supposed to be sleeping in the living room. My sister and her friend claimed the couch and floor by the TV, so I got stuck with the smaller couch across the room. I remember waking up in the middle of the night. Everyone else was asleep. I was a little cold, so I pulled my blanket up tight around my neck and closed my eyes to go back to sleep. Not even 30 seconds later, and this is what makes me know I wasn't dreaming, my blanket was literally ripped off of me. Not like it slid off, not like it fell. It was yanked with such force that it flew across the room. I froze. I couldn't even scream. I just laid there in the dark, my heart pounding, staring at my blanket on the floor several feet away. I was too terrified to get up and get it, too scared to wake anyone up. I spent the rest of the night curled in a ball, wide awake until morning. When I told my sister the next day, she laughed and said I probably just kicked it off in my sleep. But I know what happened. I was awake. I was lying still. Something pulled that blanket off me with intention. Over the years, there were other incidents. Electronics would malfunction around me, but only when I was tired or about to sleep. My alarm clock would reset itself. Lights would flicker. Once, my CD player turned on by itself at 3 in the morning, blasting music at full volume. My family started joking that I had electricity problems. My mum would say, "Cassie's in the room, watch out for the electronics." It became this silly family thing, but to me, it wasn't funny, because I knew it wasn't random. It wasn't coincidence. These things happened almost exclusively when I was alone and trying to rest, but nothing prepared me for what happened last night. I still live in the same house I grew up in. My bedroom is the same one I've had since I was 12. It's on the second floor with one window overlooking the backyard. My bed is, or was, pushed against the wall under that window. I have a small dresser opposite the bed and a desk in the corner. Last night I was exhausted from a long day at work. I showered, put on my pajamas, and fell into bed around 11. I remember scrolling through my phone for a bit before setting it on my nightstand. I turned off my lamp and closed my eyes, that heavy feeling of sleep washing over me. I was in that floaty space between awake and asleep when it happened. My entire mattress suddenly jerked sideways. Not a small movement. It was violent enough that I was jolted fully awake, my heart instantly racing. The mattress had moved partially off the bed frame, leaving me tilted at an angle. I sat up, confused and terrified. My first panicked thought was earthquake, but nothing else was shaking. The house was completely silent. I reached for my phone to turn on the flashlight, my hands trembling so badly I could barely press the button. When the light came on, I nearly screamed. My entire room was wrong. The furniture was all slightly moved, crooked and pushed together, like someone had tried to drag my bed across the room but hadn't bothered to clear a path first. My dresser was now at an angle, about a foot from where it should have been. My desk chair was pushed against my closet door. But the most terrifying part, my entire bed, frame and all, had been moved 8 to 10 inches away from the wall. There was now a gap between my headboard and the wall that definitely hadn't been there when I went to sleep. I jumped out of bed and ran to turn on the overhead light. Everything looked even more disturbing in the full light, like someone had tried to rearrange my room while I was in it. I checked my door, locked just as I'd left it. Window, still closed and locked from the inside. I was so scared I couldn't even call out for my mom. I just stood there staring at my room, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It wasn't possible for the furniture to move like that on its own. My bed is heavy. The dresser is solid wood. Someone, or something, had physically moved them while I was lying there. After what felt like forever, I managed to grab my phone and go to my mom's room. I woke her up, practically hysterical, and made her come look. She was confused and groggy, but followed me back to my room. The look on her face when she saw it is something I'll never forget. She's always been the rational one, explaining away all my ghost stories over the years. But standing there in my doorway, staring at my rearranged furniture, she had no explanation. She actually went pale. "Did you do this?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. I shook my head, tears streaming down my face. I was almost asleep. The mattress moved. Everything was like this when I turned on the light. We ended up checking the whole house, doors and windows all locked, no signs of anyone breaking in. My mom even checked under my bed and in my closet like I was a little kid afraid of monsters again. But there was nothing. I slept in her room last night, unable to go back to my own bed. This morning, we put everything back where it belonged, neither of us talking much about what could have caused it. But here's the thing that makes me absolutely certain this isn't just in my head. Our appliances have been acting weird all day today. The washer shut off mid-cycle when I walked past it this afternoon. The dishwasher stopped running when I sat down at the kitchen table to eat lunch, and the TV in the living room has turned itself on and off 3 times while I was trying to nap on the couch. It's always been this way. These things only happen when I'm resting or about to sleep, never when I'm fully alert and active. It's like whatever this is, it targets me when I'm vulnerable. I've gone years sometimes between major incidents, lulling myself into thinking maybe it was all just coincidence or an overactive imagination. But then something like last night happens, and I'm forced to confront the reality that something is haunting me. Something has been with me my entire life, watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down. I don't know what to do anymore. I've thought about setting up cameras, but part of me is terrified of what I might see. Would it be worse to have proof that something supernatural is targeting me? Or am I already living the worst-case scenario? All I know is that tonight I have to go back to my own room. I can't sleep in my mom's room forever. I'm almost 21 years old. But the thought of closing my eyes in that room again makes me feel physically sick. Whatever this entity is, it's getting bolder, more physical. The incidents are escalating from moved toys to violently shifted furniture. What will it do next time? And why me? Why has it followed me my entire life? If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any advice, please share. I'm desperate for answers. I just want one night of peaceful sleep without wondering what's watching me from the shadows. Story 12. I've been debating for weeks whether to share this. I'm not sure if writing it down will make things better or worse, but I need to talk about what's been happening to my family. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar or can offer some explanation. I need to make sense of it. I grew up in Blackwood Valley, a small community nestled between mountains where everyone knows everyone's business. My family has lived there for generations, and we brought our traditions and beliefs with us when we immigrated from our homeland. Most people dismiss our cultural beliefs as superstition, but after what I've witnessed, I'm not so sure anymore. It started when I was 14. I was staying over at my cousin Alicia's house for the weekend. We'd spent the evening watching bad horror movies and eating too much junk food, typical teenage stuff. Around 2 in the morning, we finally crashed in her bedroom. She took the bed. I was on the air mattress on the floor. I woke up suddenly around 3:30. You know that feeling when you sense someone watching you. That's what jolted me awake. The room was dark except for a small nightlight in the corner casting weird shadows. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but then I saw it. A dark figure standing at the foot of Alicia's bed. It was tall, definitely male, and wearing what looked like a cap or hat. I couldn't make out any features, just this shadow person. I froze, couldn't breathe, couldn't move. I tried to call out to Alicia, but no sound came out. The figure was just standing there watching her sleep. I blinked hard, trying to clear my vision, and when I opened my eyes again, it was gone. I told myself it was just a nightmare, or my eyes adjusting to the darkness. But then, not even 5 minutes later, Alicia started making these awful choking sounds. Her breathing became labored and she began thrashing around in bed. I scrambled up and shook her, calling her name. She wouldn't wake up. I had to practically slap her face before her eyes finally snapped open. She sat bolt upright, gasping for air, tears streaming down her face. "He was choking me," she kept saying between sobs. "He was on top of me and I couldn't breathe." I asked her who he was, and she described a man in a cap who had been watching her from the corner of her room for several nights, getting closer each time. Tonight, he'd finally reached her. The next morning, my aunt overheard us talking about it. The color drained from her face, and she immediately called my mom. They had this intense conversation in hushed tones, and afterward they sat us down and explained that this dream man had been haunting our family for generations. According to them, it always follows the same pattern. First, you see him in the background of your dreams, watching. Over the next few nights, he moves closer and closer until finally he attacks, chasing, catching, and choking. The victim experiences actual suffocation during sleep and cannot wake up unless someone physically rouses them. And here's the creepiest part. The nightmare only affects family members who have never heard about it before. Once you know about it, you're somehow immune. I thought they were messing with us or trying to scare us. Maybe it was just a weird coincidence that Alicia had a nightmare about a man in a cap. Maybe she'd seen something similar in one of the horror movies we watched. I didn't believe it was real until yesterday. My brother Miguel moved back home last week after finishing college. He's been away for 4 years and doesn't keep in touch much. My parents never told him about the family nightmare. They said they didn't want to burden him with superstition while he was focusing on his studies. Last night, I was up late working on a project when I heard noises coming from Miguel's room across the hall. At first, I ignored it, probably just him tossing and turning. But then I heard a thud, like something fell, followed by what sounded like strangled breathing. Something made me get up and check on him. When I opened his door, the room felt wrong, colder than the rest of the house. Miguel was on his back, his body rigid, face contorted in fear. He was making these horrible gasping sounds, like someone was crushing his windpipe. I rushed to him, shaking him hard, calling his name. His eyes were moving rapidly behind closed lids, but he wouldn't wake up. I slapped his face, hard. Nothing. I was about to run for my parents when I noticed something that made my blood freeze. There was an indentation on the bed next to Miguel, like someone was sitting there, and as I watched, his shirt collar compressed, as if invisible fingers were tightening around his neck. I screamed and grabbed him, physically dragging him off the bed. We both tumbled to the floor, and that finally jolted him awake. He looked at me with pure terror in his eyes, gasping for breath, his throat already showing signs of bruising. "There was a man," he choked out, "watching me from the corner for the past 3 nights. Tonight he got me." I asked him to describe the man, and my stomach dropped when he mentioned the cap. The same cap Alicia had described, the same cap mentioned in all the family stories. My parents rushed in, and when they saw what was happening, Dad just said, "It started again." Mom began crying, and Dad immediately called my grandmother, who still lives in our ancestral village in the mountains. This morning we had a family meeting. Apparently this has been happening to members of our family for at least 5 generations. My great-great-grandfather was the first to experience it after a dispute with a local shaman in our home country. The shaman cursed our bloodline, saying we would be haunted in our dreams until our family line ended. Years ago, when I was just a baby, the dreams got so bad that several family members were hospitalized with unexplained respiratory issues. My grandmother organized a traditional ritual called a puja to cleanse the family. It worked for almost 2 decades. No one had the nightmare until Alicia 3 years ago. For the ritual to work, every single living family member has to participate, which is practically impossible now that we're scattered across different countries. But my grandmother insists it's the only way to stop it permanently. The most bizarre part of this curse is that knowledge provides protection. Once you know about the nightmare, you can't experience it. It's like the curse can only affect the innocent, the unaware. Which is why my parents never told Miguel. They thought the curse was broken after the puja. I've been thinking about this all day, trying to make sense of it. I was raised between two worlds, the rational, scientific thinking of modern America and the spiritual beliefs of my ancestors. Part of me wants to dismiss this as mass hysteria or some weird genetic predisposition to a specific nightmare pattern, but I can't explain what I saw last night. I can't explain the indentation on Miguel's bed or the way his collar compressed with no visible hands. I can't explain the bruises on his neck that look exactly like fingerprints. Right now, Miguel is sleeping in my parents' room. None of us wants to be alone. Tomorrow, my grandmother is flying in, and we're contacting as many family members as possible to perform another puja. I don't know if it will work, but we have to try something. The strangest part is that I'm both terrified and curious. Since I know about the nightmare, I'm supposedly immune to it. Part of me wishes I could experience it just once, to know for sure what we're dealing with. But then I remember Miguel's face, the terror in his eyes, the marks on his throat, and I'm grateful for my immunity. I keep replaying that moment in Alicia's room 3 years ago, when I saw the figure at the foot of her bed. Did I really see it? Or was my mind playing tricks? If the nightmare only happens in dreams, how could I have seen the man while I was awake? Unless he's not just a nightmare. Unless he's something more. My grandma says that in our culture, there's a thin veil between the world of the living and the world of spirits. She believes this cap man exists in both realms, able to manifest in dreams, but occasionally visible to those who are sensitive to such things. According to her, I saw him that night because I was open, caught in that vulnerable state between sleep and wakefulness. I've been keeping the lights on all day. I can't shake the feeling that if I look hard enough at the dark corners of my room, I might see him watching, waiting. Even though I know I'm protected by my awareness of him, there's still this nagging fear. What if knowledge isn't enough? What if the rules of the curse change? What if he finds another way in? I haven't told my family, but last night after Miguel's attack, I thought I caught a glimpse of something in my bathroom mirror, just a flash of a silhouette with a cap. It was gone when I turned around, but for a split second I could have sworn someone was standing behind me. I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is that something is haunting my family, something that defies explanation. And until we can get everyone together for the ritual, all we can do is make sure no one sleeps alone. If anyone reading this has experienced anything similar or knows what we might be dealing with, please reach out. I'm caught between two worlds, the rational mind that says this can't be real and the part of me that's seen too much to deny it. Either way, I won't be sleeping much tonight. Story 13. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened to me. It's been 7 years since that night, and I still wake up sometimes drenched in sweat, feeling the mud crawling up my neck. I guess I'm finally sharing this because I can't keep carrying it alone, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. My Uncle Rick died 10 years ago during what was supposed to be a dream vacation in Egypt with my Aunt Karen. They were at this beautiful resort on the Red Sea, and the day started normal enough. They were getting ready to go snorkeling when Rick suddenly just walked away. No explanation, nothing. According to the witnesses, he just dropped his gear, walked straight to the water, and jumped in. By the time they got to him, he was gone. Heart attack while drowning, the official report said. It destroyed Aunt Karen. She spent years on heavy antidepressants. I remember visiting her about 6 months after it happened, and her skin was literally raw from crying so much. Her eyes always looked vacant, like she wasn't really there anymore. The whole family tried to help, but grief like that, it just consumes people. 3 years after Rick died, I was going through my own rough patch. College stress, breakup, the works. I wasn't sleeping well, staying up late playing video games just to avoid my thoughts. One night, April 15th, I remember, because I'd just filed my taxes that day. I finally crashed around 3 in the morning. What happened next wasn't just a dream. I know how that sounds, but I've had thousands of dreams in my life, and this was something completely different. I found myself standing in this long, narrow corridor. The walls were this strange non-color, like they were there but also not really there. The floor felt solid under my feet, but I couldn't actually see it clearly. What struck me immediately was the silence, that heavy, pressing kind that feels physical. Then I noticed the people, countless people walking slowly in a single direction, all moving towards something at the end of the corridor. Nobody was talking. Nobody was looking around. They just walked with this resigned purpose. I followed the flow, curious but not scared yet. That's when I saw what they were walking toward, this massive double door that seemed to sway slightly, even though there was no breeze. Light was pouring through the cracks, not warm sunlight, but something brilliant and almost painful to look at. I watched as people approached the doors. They'd step forward, the doors would open just enough for them to pass through, and then nothing. They'd disappear for a moment, and then suddenly reappear at the beginning of the corridor, starting the whole journey over again, like a video stuck on repeat. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. These people were trapped in a loop. They'd walk all that way, thinking they'd reach their destination, only to be thrown back to the start, over and over and over again. That's when I saw him, my Uncle Rick. He was about 30 feet ahead of me in the line, shuffling forward with the same blank expression as everyone else. I couldn't believe it. I called out his name, but no sound came from my mouth. I pushed through the crowd, but nobody seemed to notice me bumping into them. When I finally reached him and touched his shoulder, he turned. The recognition in his eyes was immediate. His face transformed from that empty stare to shock, then relief, then panic. "Nathan," he whispered, his voice sounding dusty from disuse. "What are you doing here? You can't be here. You're not supposed to be here." I tried to hug him, but my arms felt strange, like they weren't fully solid. "Uncle Rick, what is this place? What's happening?" He grabbed my shoulders, his fingers digging in with desperate strength. "I don't belong here, Nathan. You have to help me. I shouldn't be here." His eyes kept darting around like he was afraid of being overheard. His face looked just like I remembered, but also wrong somehow, like a photo that's been left in the sun too long. "What's through the door?" I asked, pointing toward the light. "Why does everyone keep going back to the beginning?" His expression changed instantly, anger replacing fear. He jabbed a finger into my chest. "You're not supposed to know that. Nobody living is supposed to see this." I stepped back, confused by his reaction. "I don't understand." That's when everything went from unsettling to terrifying. Something forced itself between us, a presence that wasn't fully visible but somehow more real than anything else in that place. It was like a shadow with substance, gray and churning like storm clouds. I can't properly describe the sensation of pure malevolence that radiated from it, but my entire body went cold. When it spoke, I didn't hear it with my ears. The words just appeared in my head, accompanied by a sensation like fingernails scraping inside my skull. "How did you get access?" it demanded. The voice was neither male nor female, just ancient and furious. "This realm isn't for your kind to witness." I couldn't speak, couldn't move. Uncle Rick was backing away, his face twisted with terror. "You don't have permission to be here," the entity continued. "You're alive. This isn't for the living." I finally managed to stammer, "I'm just dreaming." The thing made a sound that might have been laughter, but it felt like broken glass in my mind. "This is no dream, Nathan Barrett." It knew my name. "You've wandered where you shouldn't. There are consequences for that." The corridor around us began to change. The people disappeared. The walls melted away. Suddenly we were standing. No, I was sinking, in what looked like a vast marsh under a starless sky. The ground beneath me wasn't solid anymore, but a thick, sucking mud that had already swallowed me to my knees. The shadow thing loomed over me, larger now. "You have a choice," it said. "Drown here and stay, or fight for your life and remember what you shouldn't know." Uncle Rick was being pulled away, back toward the corridor that was still visible in the distance. "Tell Karen I love her," he shouted. "Tell her it wasn't her fault. Tell her—" The entity made a slashing motion, and Uncle Rick's voice cut off. Then it turned its attention back to me. The mud was up to my waist now, thick and cold and pulling me down with deliberate hunger. Panic hit me full force. This wasn't a dream where you wake up when things get too scary. The pain was too real, the fear too primal. "Fight or surrender," the entity repeated, sounding almost bored now. "Choose." I chose to fight. The mud was at my chest, making every movement exhaustingly difficult. I clawed at it, trying to pull myself towards solid ground, but there was none. Every direction was just more marsh. The cold seeped into my bones, and the weight of the mud made each breath a struggle. It was at my neck now. I tilted my head back, desperately keeping my face above the surface. That's when I saw it. A small round window had appeared on what looked like a freestanding wall about 10 feet away. Through it, I could see my bedroom ceiling. With every bit of strength I had left, I lunged toward it. The mud fought me, clinging to my body like it was alive and hungry. My muscles screamed with the effort. I was crying, praying, cursing, anything to keep moving forward. The window seemed impossibly far away, and I was so tired. For a moment, I considered giving up, just letting the mud take me. But something kept me fighting. Maybe survival instinct, maybe stubbornness. When my fingers finally touched the edge of the window, I nearly sobbed with relief. I pulled myself up, the mud reluctantly releasing me inch by inch. The opening looked too small for me to fit through, but I was beyond caring about what was possible. I squeezed my shoulders through, feeling like my bones might break from the pressure. The last thing I heard was the entity's voice, closer than before. "We'll be waiting when you return, Nathan. Everyone returns eventually." Then I was through falling. I woke up screaming, my body launching upright in bed. The pain in my head was excruciating, like someone was beating my skull with a baseball bat. Light hurt, sound hurt. I stumbled to the bathroom and threw up, then collapsed on the floor, shaking uncontrollably. The migraine lasted for 3 days. Doctors couldn't find anything wrong with me. No tumor, no infection, nothing to explain why I suddenly had the worst headache of my life. They gave me medication that barely took the edge off and sent me home. When I was finally able to think clearly again, I started researching. I read about near-death experiences, astral projection, religious concepts of the afterlife. Nothing quite matched what I'd experienced, but the closest was the Catholic concept of purgatory, a place where souls work through their sins before moving on. I'm not Catholic. My family isn't even particularly religious. But I became convinced that's what I'd seen. Purgatory. And my uncle was trapped there, guarded by something that wasn't an angel. I lit candles for him, prayed, even though I'd never really prayed before. I researched rituals to help souls find peace, to send them to the light, as some websites put it. I don't know if any of it helped. I hope it did. What I never did was tell Aunt Karen about Rick's message. She had finally started to heal by then, had even begun dating again. I was afraid that bringing it all back up would just reopen her wounds. Maybe that was selfish of me. Maybe she needed to hear it. I still don't know. The headaches come back sometimes, usually when I'm overtired or stressed. Not as severe as that first one, but enough to remind me. And I never sleep well on April 15th. I don't know why I was allowed to see that place or how I got there. I don't know if it was real or some bizarre manifestation of grief and guilt, but I know it changed me. I know I'm carrying a truth I wasn't supposed to learn, and sometimes, in the moment between wakefulness and sleep, I swear I can hear that voice again. "We'll be waiting when you return." Story 14. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family. I'm 22 now, but I still find myself checking the clock when I wake up during the night, dreading that it might read 4 in the morning. This all started when I was 14, living in Hawthorne with my parents and younger sister in a pretty normal suburban neighborhood. Nothing special or weird about our house, just a regular 2-story in a cul-de-sac with other families around. I was a typical kid, into video games and hanging out with friends after school. I wasn't into horror movies or ghost stories or anything that might have planted these images in my head. The dreams began on a Tuesday night in October. I remember because I had a math test the next day that I'd been studying for. I went to bed around 10:30. Nothing unusual about my routine, but that night, instead of my usual random dreams, I found myself in what felt like the most vivid experience I've ever had. In the dream, I was lying in a hospital bed, not floating above myself or watching from a corner like people sometimes describe. I was actually in the bed, but I couldn't move. My mom was sitting beside me, holding my hand and crying. My dad stood by the window, just staring outside. My little sister wasn't in the room. The beeping of monitors filled the silence, and I could feel the roughness of the hospital sheets against my skin. But the worst part wasn't being paralyzed or seeing my parents upset. It was the thing hovering above me. I don't know how to describe it properly. It wasn't a person or an animal or any shape I recognized. It was like dense smoke that somehow held its form, a mass of pure darkness that seemed to absorb the light around it. It didn't have eyes that I could see, but I knew it was watching me. I knew it was aware, and somehow I just understood that if this thing touched me, I would die. Not in the dream, but actually die in real life. I can't explain how I knew this, but the certainty was absolute. The thing began to lower itself toward me, getting closer and closer. My heart started racing wildly, and I could hear the monitor beside the bed beeping faster and faster. I wanted to scream, to move, to do anything, but I was completely paralyzed. Just as the darkness was about to touch my chest, the monitor flatlined with that long, continuous beep, and I jerked awake in my bed. I was drenched in sweat, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. My hands were shaking as I reached for my phone to check the time. Exactly 4 o'clock in the morning, not 3:59, not 4:01, exactly 4. I tried to convince myself it was just a nightmare. I got up, drank some water, and eventually fell back asleep. The next day was normal. I took my math test, hung out with friends after school, and the dream began to fade from my mind until the next night. The exact same dream played out again, down to the smallest details. My mom in the same position, my dad by the window, the same hospital room. The dark entity hovered above me again, but this time it seemed to descend a little faster, getting a bit closer before I woke up, again at exactly 4 in the morning. By the third night, I was terrified of going to bed. I tried to stay awake as long as possible, but eventually exhaustion won out. The dream came again, identical except for how close the entity got to me. Each night it came closer. By the fifth night, I could feel a cold emanating from it when it was just inches from my chest. I didn't tell my parents. What would I say? That I was having creepy dreams? They would just tell me to stop playing video games before bed, or something equally unhelpful. I thought about telling my friends, but I knew they'd just make fun of me. On the sixth night, the entity was so close that I could feel a pressure on my chest before waking up. That morning, I noticed I felt different, like something had changed, but I couldn't identify what. I examined myself in the mirror, but saw nothing unusual. The seventh night was different. In the dream, everything proceeded as usual. The hospital, my parents, the monitors. The dark entity descended toward me, but this time, instead of hovering over my chest, it moved toward my back. I couldn't see it anymore, but I could feel it there, cold and heavy. The monitor began its frantic beeping, building to that terrible flat line. And then I woke up, 4 o'clock exactly, again. But this time, there was a sensation on my back. Not pain exactly, but a deep, raw, burning feeling that I couldn't ignore. I got up and went to the bathroom, my heart still pounding. I turned on the light, lifted my t-shirt and twisted to look at my back in the mirror. What I saw made me freeze. Across my back were perfectly straight horizontal lines. They looked like, I don't even know how to describe them, like pressed-in seams or old scars that had suddenly reopened, except they weren't bleeding. They were too perfect to be random. Evenly spaced, exactly parallel, running from one side of my back to the other. I reached back to touch them, expecting pain, but they just felt warm and slightly raised. I counted 7 lines in total. The precision was what disturbed me the most. These weren't scratches I could have given myself while sleeping. They looked mechanical, deliberate. I sat on the bathroom floor for almost an hour, trying to make sense of what was happening. Was I still dreaming? Was I sleepwalking and hurting myself somehow? But I knew deep down that neither explanation made sense. I finally went back to bed but couldn't sleep. I just lay there until morning, watching the minutes tick by on my phone. The strangest part? After that seventh night, the dream stopped completely. I never had that hospital dream again. I kept expecting it to come back, kept dreading 4 o'clock, but it never returned. The marks on my back stayed though. For the first few weeks, they remained exactly as they had appeared, those perfect straight lines. I wore t-shirts to bed so my parents wouldn't see them when they woke me up for school. I was afraid they'd think I was hurting myself or something. Eventually, I had to tell my mom when she walked in on me changing. She completely freaked out, thinking exactly what I'd feared, that I was self-harming. My parents took me to a dermatologist who seemed puzzled by the marks. They weren't cuts or burns in the traditional sense. He said they looked like healed surgical scars, but of course, I'd never had surgery. They sent me to another specialist who took samples and ran tests. Everything came back normal. One doctor suggested it might be a rare form of scarification that happens spontaneously in some adolescents, but admitted he'd never seen anything like it before. Another thought it might be an unusual allergic reaction to something in my bed sheets. None of their explanations felt right. None of them knew about the dreams. Over the years, the marks have faded somewhat. They're still visible if you look closely. 7 perfectly straight, perfectly parallel lines across my back. They've become part of me now, a permanent reminder of something I still don't understand. I've done research over the years, looking into sleep paralysis, night terrors, all that stuff. Nothing quite matches what I experienced. The precision of the time, always 4 o'clock, and the physical marks make it different from typical sleep phenomena. Sometimes I wonder if I was actually in a hospital somewhere, if I had some kind of out-of-body experience. But my parents confirm I was in my bed the whole time, and I have no history of any medical emergencies. I'm in college now, living a pretty normal life. I date, I have friends, I'm studying engineering. But I still sleep with a nightlight. I still check the time when I wake up at night, and I still feel deep down that something happened to me during those 7 nights, something beyond our normal understanding of reality. The entity, whatever it was, left its mark on me. Sometimes I catch glimpses of my back in the mirror after a shower, and I'm reminded that for 7 nights, something from beyond touched my life. It left its signature on my body as proof. The marks are physical, real, unexplainable. Sometimes I wonder if it'll come back for me someday, if those 7 lines mean something I haven't figured out yet, or if there are others out there with their own marks, their own encounters with things that shouldn't exist. All I know for certain is that something found me in my dreams when I was 14, and it changed me forever. And sometimes, when I wake up in the night, for just a split second before I check my phone, I'm afraid it might be exactly 4 o'clock. Story 15. What? I still can't explain what happened to me last summer. I've been sitting on this experience for months now because honestly, I wasn't sure anyone would believe me. Even typing this out makes my hands shake. I'm a photographer specializing in abandoned buildings. Not the most lucrative career, but I love capturing places with history. When I heard about the Hot Lake Hotel in Oregon reopening after years of restoration, I knew I had to visit. Not for the fancy new bed and breakfast experience, but because of its reputation. I wanted to document what remained of its darker history. For those who don't know, Hot Lake Hotel was built near these natural thermal springs that Native Americans considered sacred. The place has been through a lot: luxury resort, sanatorium, nursing school, asylum, abandoned wreck, and now a renovated hotel. I'd researched enough to know about Dr. Phi, who ran it as a medical facility in the early 20th century, the devastating fire in '34, and all the reported hauntings. I booked a room for 2 nights last July. The drive there was beautiful, Eastern Oregon has this stark, open landscape that makes you feel small. I arrived around 4 in the afternoon. The hotel sits at the base of these rolling hills, and steam rises constantly from the hot springs nearby. Even from the parking lot, the building has this presence to it. 3 stories of brick and stone with that distinctive mansard roof. Parts of it had clearly been rebuilt after the fire, but they'd done a good job matching the original architecture. The woman at reception was friendly enough, though she gave me a strange look when I mentioned I was there partly because of the building's history. "We get a lot of ghost hunters," she said, sliding my key across the counter. "Just remember other guests are here for a peaceful stay." Message received. My room was on the 2nd floor, halfway down a long corridor with dark wood wainscoting and vintage-style sconces. Nice enough, but immediately I noticed how the floorboards creaked with every step. The air felt stagnant despite the open window, and there was this faint smell I couldn't place. Not quite antiseptic, but something medicinal. I unpacked quickly, grabbed my camera gear, and decided to explore before dinner. The hotel had a small museum area with photographs and artifacts from its various incarnations. Old medical equipment from its sanatorium days, newspaper clippings about the fire, black and white photos of nurses and doctors. One photo showed Dr. Fye himself, tall, stern-looking with a thick mustache and cold eyes. Something about his expression made me uncomfortable. An elderly maintenance worker noticed me studying the photos. "Interested in the old days, huh?" he asked. I nodded. "The building has an incredible history." "More than most know," he said, lowering his voice. "Been working here 17 years, since before they fixed this place up. Used to be you couldn't walk through certain areas without feeling like someone was watching you." "And now?" I asked. He shrugged. "They say the renovation cleared out the bad energy, but between you and me, I still won't go to the East Wing basement after dark. That's where the operating theaters were." I thanked him for the information and continued exploring. The hotel had done an impressive job restoring the main areas. The lobby with its grand piano, the dining room with views of the hot springs, the reading room filled with antique furniture. But I was more interested in what wasn't on the regular tour. After dinner, I returned to my room to grab my camera gear. It was around 8:30, still light outside but getting dimmer. My plan was to photograph some of the common areas while they were empty, then maybe see if I could access some of the less renovated sections. The hallways were quiet. Most guests seemed to be in the dining room or out enjoying the springs. I started taking photos in the main stairwell, a beautiful spiral with original banisters. Through my viewfinder, I noticed how the evening light created long shadows that stretched up the walls. As I was adjusting my settings, I heard piano music from the lobby. Not unusual in a hotel, except there had been no one at the piano when I passed through 10 minutes earlier. I went back downstairs, curious who was playing. The lobby was empty, completely empty. But the piano keys were moving, depressing slightly, as if invisible fingers were playing. The melody was something classical I didn't recognize, slow and melancholy. I stood frozen, watching, telling myself there must be some mechanical explanation. One of those player pianos, maybe, but it wasn't. I'd examined it earlier. A regular grand piano, nothing automated about it. I raised my camera with shaking hands and took several photos. The music stopped abruptly. The silence felt heavy. "Hello?" I called out. "Nothing." I checked my photos immediately. In the display screen, the piano looked normal. No blur, no strange light patterns, nothing to suggest what I'd just witnessed. I needed some air. I stepped outside onto the front porch, breathing deeply. The sun was setting behind the hills, casting an orange glow over everything. Steam from the hot springs created an eerie mist that drifted across the grounds. I convinced myself I'd imagined the piano playing. Maybe it was coming from someone's room, a recording. After composing myself, I went back inside, determined to continue my exploration. The reception desk was now staffed by an older man who barely looked up from his computer as I walked past. I headed toward the East Wing, where the maintenance worker had mentioned the old operating theaters were located. This section felt different from the rest of the hotel. The renovation was less thorough here, paint slightly faded, carpet more worn. The hallway ended at a door marked "Staff Only." I tried the handle. Locked. As I turned to leave, I noticed a service door slightly ajar at the end of a side corridor. I glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then slipped through. I found myself in a narrow maintenance hallway with exposed pipes running along the ceiling. The air was noticeably cooler and had that same medicinal smell, stronger now. My phone's flashlight revealed stairs leading down, the basement. I should have turned back. Every instinct told me to. But I'd come for the history, the untold stories of this place. So I descended. The basement corridor was long and lined with doors on both sides. Some had small windows, others were solid wood. The floor was concrete, stained in places with dark patches I didn't want to think about. My flashlight beam seemed weaker down here, barely penetrating the darkness ahead. I tried several doors. Most were locked, but one opened into what appeared to be a storage room filled with old furniture, hospital beds with rusted frames, examination tables, metal cabinets. I took some photos, the flash illuminating the dust particles floating in the air. The next unlocked door revealed what I'd been looking for, one of the operating theaters. Unlike the storage room, this space had been partially preserved. The central operating table remained, surrounded by ghostly outlines on the walls where equipment had once been mounted. A massive overhead light fixture hung from the ceiling, its glass cracked but intact. I stepped inside, feeling the temperature drop noticeably. My breath came out in visible puffs. In July, in Oregon, I started taking photos, moving slowly around the room. That's when I heard it, a soft scraping sound from the corridor, like something being dragged across concrete. I froze, listening. It came again, closer now. Scrape, pause, scrape. I turned off my flashlight, standing perfectly still in the darkness. The scraping continued, moving past the door to the operating theater, then fading as it continued down the corridor. When I could no longer hear it, I switched my light back on and peered into the hallway. Empty, but on the concrete floor, I could see what looked like fresh marks, as if something metal had been dragged along it. I should have left then. I know that now. But I continued exploring, finding 2 more operating rooms and what appeared to be a hydrotherapy area with massive tiled tubs. In one room, faded writing on the wall read, "Thermal Treatment Ward C." As I photographed this, my camera battery died. Annoyed, I reached for my spare in my pocket, only to find it missing. I must have left it in my room. With only my phone for light, I decided it was time to head back upstairs. That's when everything changed. I retraced my steps to the stairwell, but when I reached it, the door that had been propped open was now firmly shut. I tried the handle. Locked. "Hello?" I called out, hoping some staff member might be nearby. My voice echoed in the empty corridor. I continued down the hallway, looking for another exit. The scraping sound returned, this time behind me. I walked faster, not looking back. The hallway seemed longer than before, the doors more numerous. Had I taken a wrong turn? The lights on my phone flickered, then dimmed. Battery warning. Great. I tried another door, finding a different stairwell. Relief washed over me as I hurried up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. But when I reached the top and pushed through the door, I found myself not in the hotel proper, but in another corridor I didn't recognize. The walls here were different, institutional green paint peeling to reveal older layers beneath. My phone died completely, plunging me into darkness. Panic rising, I felt my way along the wall, moving slowly. The air felt thick, difficult to breathe. That medicinal smell was overwhelming now. Then I heard a voice, a man, speaking in a clipped professional tone. "Prepare the patient. We'll proceed with the thermal immersion." It came from everywhere and nowhere at once. I spun around, seeing nothing but darkness. "Hello, is someone there?" My voice sounded small and afraid. A door slammed somewhere ahead of me, then another behind me, then another and another. a cascade of slamming doors moving toward me from both directions. I pressed myself against the wall, heart pounding. When the slamming stopped, I heard footsteps, multiple sets moving with purpose, and wheels squeaking like a gurney being pushed. "Please," I whispered, though I don't know who I was pleading with. Something cold brushed against my face, like fingers, but not quite solid. I screamed and ran blindly down the corridor, bouncing off walls, tripping over uneven floorboards. I collided with a door, fumbling for the handle, throwing it open. Dim light spilled in, a window at the end of yet another hallway. I ran toward it, the only source of light in this nightmare. The window looked out over the hot springs, steam rising in the moonlight. I was on the ground floor now, somehow. As I pressed my face to the glass, I saw a figure standing in the midst of the springs, a tall man in what looked like early 20th century medical attire. He turned slowly, looking directly at me. Even from this distance, I recognized him from the photograph. Dr. Phi. He raised one hand, beckoning. Behind me, I heard that squeaking gurney approaching. The temperature in the hallway plummeted. My breath came in visible clouds. The walls seemed to pulse. I ran again, finding another stairwell, practically falling up the steps. This time, when I emerged, I recognized where I was. The main corridor of the East Wing, not far from my room. The lights were on, everything normal. I stood there gasping, trying to process what had happened. I made it back to my room and locked the door, pushed a chair against it for good measure. Sleep was impossible. I sat by the window all night, watching the springs, seeing nothing but steam and moonlight. In the morning, I checked out immediately. The receptionist asked if everything was all right. I lied, said I had an emergency at home. As I was loading my car, the maintenance worker from yesterday approached. "Found something of yours," he said, holding out my spare camera battery. It was in the basement by the old operating theater. I took it with trembling hands. "I dropped it, I guess." He studied my face. "You saw something down there, didn't you?" I couldn't answer. "They never left, you know," he said quietly. "Not the doctor, not his patients. The renovation just woke them up." I drove away and haven't looked back. My photos from that night show nothing unusual. Just empty rooms, hallways, the piano, except for one. The last image on my camera, taken when I thought the battery was dead, shows a blurry operating theater with a figure standing by the table. Tall, mustached, wearing a white coat. I still don't have an explanation for what happened. All I know is that some places hold on to their past more tightly than others. And at Hot Lake Hotel, the past isn't just remembered. It's still happening, playing out in endless repetition for anyone unfortunate enough to witness it. Story 16. I've never told this story to anyone outside my immediate circle. Even now, my hands are shaking as I type this. I grew up in Willow Creek, in a modest 2-story house with peeling blue paint and a large oak tree in the front yard. It was a normal childhood in most ways, except for one thing. My best friend, Jane. I was 6 when I first met her. I was picking dandelions in our front yard when I noticed a girl about my age standing by our mailbox. She had dark hair in 2 braids and wore a simple blue dress with white socks and black shoes. "Hi," she said. "I'm Jane. Can I play with you?" That's what she called herself, Jane. Not just Jane, but Jane. I didn't question it. Kids accept things adults would find strange. We spent that afternoon picking wildflowers and making chains to wear as crowns. Jane was soft-spoken but had an infectious laugh. She knew all the best spots in the yard where the prettiest flowers grew. Over the next few weeks, Jane became a regular visitor. We'd spend hours in the backyard, following the little creek that ran through the ditch behind our property. She'd tell me stories about animals that lived in the woods and showed me how to skip rocks across the water. One day, I asked her why she always wore the same outfit. "They're not the same," she said, looking down at her blue dress. "I have lots of them, but they all look alike. My mom likes it that way." I accepted this explanation without question. Kids don't think too deeply about these things. It wasn't until my mom asked me about my imaginary friend that I realized something was off. I remember feeling confused. Jane wasn't imaginary. She was right there beside me, but when I pointed to where she stood, Mom just smiled and patted my head. "What a wonderful imagination you have, Zoe," she said. Over time, I noticed how adults would watch me with concern as I talked and played with Jane. They only saw me talking to empty air, picking flowers alone, and laughing at jokes no one else heard. Eventually, I started pretending Jane wasn't there when other people were around. I didn't want them to think I was weird. As I got older, Jane visited less frequently. By the time I was 12, she had stopped coming altogether. I almost forgot about her as I navigated the turbulent waters of adolescence and early adulthood. Fast forward 20 years. After my divorce, I found myself financially strained and in need of somewhere to live. When my mother offered me my childhood home, she had remarried and moved to Florida years ago, I gratefully accepted. The house needed work, but the price was right, free, and it felt like coming home. The strange occurrences started about 3 weeks after I moved in. At first, it was subtle. I'd leave my coffee mug on the kitchen counter, only to find it on the dining room table later. I blamed it on stress and absent-mindedness. Then I'd find pillows from my bedroom relocated to the living room sofa. My 2 cats, Milo and Sophie, became my scapegoats, though I'd never known cats to carry pillows around. Then things escalated. I'd come home from work to find all the trash cans turned sideways. Lights would flicker in specific patterns, almost like someone was trying to communicate. The temperature in certain rooms would drop suddenly, making me shiver despite the summer heat outside. One Tuesday night last month, I was exhausted after a long shift at the hospital where I work as a nurse. I collapsed into bed around 11, with Milo curled up against my legs and Sophie perched on the windowsill. Just as I was drifting off, I felt something or someone sit on the edge of my mattress, creating a depression that made me roll slightly toward it. My first thought was that one of the cats had jumped up, but both were still in their places. The weight remained, pressing down on the mattress. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. Then came a sound, a soft clicking noise, like someone tapping their fingernails against wood. Click, click, click. I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping whatever it was would go away if I ignored it. Then I heard it, a whisper so close to my ear I could feel the breath. "You don't remember me." My eyes flew open. The voice was familiar, though I hadn't heard it in over 20 years. It was Jane. "I've been waiting for you to come back," she whispered. "I missed you, Zoe." I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Memories of my childhood friend came flooding back, memories I'd dismissed as childish fantasy. "Let's play together again," Jane continued, her voice growing more insistent, "like we used to." When I didn't respond, her whispers grew louder. "Zoe? Zoe, why won't you talk to me? Don't you want to be friends anymore?" I finally found my voice. "You're not real," I said, though I knew in my heart this wasn't true. Jane had never been imaginary. She was something else entirely. She laughed, the sound no longer childlike, but hollow and echoing. "I'm as real as you are, more real than some." That's when I heard it, coming from the spare bedroom next door. Loud snoring, followed by the sound of someone rolling over in bed, making the springs creak. But no one else was in the house. I lived alone, except for my cats, who were both still in the room with me, now alert and staring at the wall that separated my bedroom from the spare. I didn't sleep that night. I sat upright in bed, back pressed against the headboard, listening to the sounds of someone or something moving around in the next room. Occasionally, Jane would whisper again, telling me how excited she was that we were together again. Morning came eventually, but the presence didn't leave with the night. Throughout the day, I felt Jane following me through the house, her voice occasionally drifting to me as I tried to go about my normal routine. "My family's here now to live with you," she said as I was making coffee. "They're excited to meet you." "What family?" I asked, immediately regretting acknowledging her. The ones who've always been here, she replied. You just couldn't see them before. That evening, as I sat watching TV in the living room, I heard heavy footsteps descending the stairs, slow, deliberate steps, as if someone was taking their time. Then the leather recliner across from me creaked and compressed, as if someone had sat down in it. I could see nothing but a slight shimmering in the air, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. Jane's voice came from beside the recliner. That's my dad. He likes your TV shows. I sat frozen, remote control clutched in my hand, as the channels suddenly began changing on their own. They settled on an old Western movie, the volume increasing without me touching the remote. Then came a knock at the front door, 3 solid raps that made me jump. Jane giggled. "He's here!" she exclaimed excitedly. I didn't move to answer it. After a moment, I heard what sounded like a wheelchair rolling across my front porch, followed by the distinct squeak of the screen door opening, though I knew I had locked it. Whatever came in moved slowly across the floor, making a rhythmic sound like something being dragged. It reminded me of my mother's second husband, who had used a walker in his final years before passing away. "That's Grandpa," Jane whispered. "He died in this house." No one had died in this house as far as I knew. My mother had lived here for 30 years before moving to Florida, and I'd grown up here. Surely she would have mentioned if someone had died here. But as I thought about it, I remembered that the house was much older than our family's time in it. Mom had mentioned once that an elderly couple had owned it before us, but she never said what happened to them. I slept on the couch that night, too terrified to go upstairs where the sounds of movement and whispered conversations continued throughout the night. My cats refused to leave my side, their eyes following invisible movements around the room. The next morning I woke up surrounded by them, Jane's family. They appeared as normal people at first glance, a middle-aged man in the recliner, an elderly man in what looked like a wheelchair, and a woman standing by the window. But when I looked closer, I noticed their eyes, completely white, with no pupils or irises. They didn't speak, just watched me with those blank white eyes. Jane stood among them, still appearing as the little girl I'd known, but now I could see her eyes matched theirs. "We're all together now," she said. "One big, happy family." I ran out of the house in my pajamas and drove straight to my friend Marcus's place. He's into spiritual stuff, crystals, sage, that sort of thing. I told him everything, expecting him to think I was having a mental breakdown. Instead, he nodded solemnly and said he'd help me. That evening, Marcus came over with sage, salt, and various crystals. He performed what he called a cleansing ritual, walking through each room, saying prayers and burning sage. At first, nothing happened. Then, as he reached the upstairs hallway, all hell broke loose. Pictures flew off the walls. Doors slammed shut. The temperature dropped so suddenly that our breath fogged in the air. A glass vase shattered against the wall, inches from Marcus's head. "They don't want to leave," Jane's voice echoed through the hallway. "This is their home too." Marcus left in a hurry, advising me to do the same. But where could I go? I couldn't afford to rent a place, and my mother's house in Florida wasn't an option. She and her new husband had downsized to a 1-bedroom condo, so I stayed. For a year, things quieted down. Jane and her family seemed to retreat to the background. I'd occasionally hear whispers or footsteps, but they mostly left me alone. I started to convince myself that maybe it had been stress or some kind of temporary breakdown. Until last week. The whispering has started again. I'll be washing dishes or folding laundry, and Jane's voice will come from just behind me. "We missed you," she'll say. "Let's play a game." Last night, I woke to find all of them standing around my bed. Jane, her father, grandfather, and mother, all staring down at me with those white eyes. Jane was holding a bouquet of wildflowers, the kind we used to pick together. "We're going to be together forever," she said, placing the flowers on my chest. One big, happy family. I'm writing this from a coffee shop downtown. I don't want to go home, but I have nowhere else to go. The house is mine now, or perhaps it's more accurate to say I belong to the house, and to Jane and her family. They've made it clear they have no intention of leaving, and I'm beginning to think they won't let me leave either. Story 17. I've never really told anyone this story in full detail before, but I think I need to get it off my chest. It's been a few years now, and I still can't explain what happened. My dog Max was with me for almost 14 years. We got him when I was 11, a chocolate lab mix with these huge brown eyes that just stared right into your soul. He wasn't just a pet, he was my best friend through middle school, high school, college, and those weird years after graduation when I moved back home and tried to figure out what to do with my life. When Max got sick in early 2020, it wasn't sudden. He'd been slowing down for a while, arthritis in his back legs, then some lumps that the vet said we should keep an eye on. By March, he couldn't really get up the stairs anymore, and I was carrying all 70 pounds of him outside to go to the bathroom. My mom and I knew it was time, but God, making that decision destroyed me. The day we put him down was horrible in the quiet way that truly awful days are. The vet was kind, Mom held his head while I just kept telling him he was a good boy. When we got home, I put his collar on my bookshelf. It had this collection of tags, his regular ID tag, his rabies tag, the little bone-shaped one I bought him that said ladies man. He was such a flirt at the dog park. And this small bell my sister had added years ago because she thought it was cute. When Max would walk around the house, you could always hear him coming from that distinctive jingling sound. The house felt so empty after he was gone. Between losing Max and my parents deciding to separate that same spring, perfect timing, right? Everything just felt wrong. I was 25 and still living at home in Millhaven, this small coastal town where nothing ever changes except suddenly everything was changing. The first time it happened was about 3 months after we put Max down. I was alone in the house, Mom was at work, and my sister was at her boyfriend's place. I was in my bedroom scrolling through job listings online when I heard it, the jingling. Not just any jingling, but the specific sound of Max's collar with all those tags clinking together. It wasn't muffled or distant. It sounded exactly like it did when he was alive, like he had just walked past my bedroom door. My heart literally stopped for a second. I called out, "Max!" Before I could even think about what I was doing. I got up and looked into the hallway. Nothing. I checked every room in the house, even opened closets. I went to my bookshelf where his collar was still sitting, untouched, exactly where I'd left it. I convinced myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me because I missed him so much. But then it happened again and again. About a month later, I was home alone again, doing laundry in the basement. Our washer and dryer were in this unfinished space with concrete floors, but the ceiling was just the exposed wooden floorboards of the main level. I was folding clothes when I heard it, the unmistakable sound of dog nails clicking across the hardwood floor above me. Anyone who's had a dog knows that sound. It's distinctive, and this wasn't just random creaking or the house settling. This was the rhythm of a dog walking, click, 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 moving from what would have been the kitchen toward the living room. It lasted for maybe 20 seconds. I dropped the shirt I was folding and ran upstairs, calling Max's name again. The house was empty. The doors were locked, windows closed. I stood in the living room with my heart pounding, trying to explain what I'd just heard. I even checked Max's collar again, but it was still on the shelf, completely still. These things kept happening throughout 2020 and 2021, but only at my mom's house. Never when I visited my dad at his new apartment across town. It was always when I was alone or in the quiet moments before falling asleep. The jingling collar, the clicking nails. Once, I even heard the specific whine Max used to make when he wanted to go outside. This high-pitched sound that started low and went up at the end. I started questioning my sanity a bit. I wasn't sleeping well after everything that had happened, and maybe grief was making me imagine things, but the sounds were so real, so specific, and always in places where Max used to be, like the spot by the couch where he always laid while we watched TV, or near the back door where he'd wait to go out. The incident that really shook me happened in December of 2021. My mom, my sister, and I were having dinner at the kitchen table. It was the first time in weeks that we were all home together, and we were talking about Christmas plans. My sister was telling a story about her co-worker when I heard Max's collar, loud, clear, like he was standing right next to the table. I interrupted her mid-sentence. "Did you guys hear that?" They both looked at me like I was crazy. "Hear what?" My mom asked. "Max's collar. The jingling. It was right here." I pointed to the empty space beside the table where Max used to sit and beg for scraps. The look they exchanged made my stomach drop. My sister put her hand on mine. There wasn't any sound." "But it was so loud," I insisted. "It was right here." Mom got this worried look on her face. "Honey, I didn't hear anything." Neither of us did. That was the moment I realized whatever was happening, it was happening only to me. The sounds weren't actually there, or at least they weren't there for anyone else, but they were so real to me, so specific, so unmistakably Max. After that dinner, I started keeping a log of when I heard the sounds. They didn't happen every day or even every week, but they followed a pattern. They happened more frequently on days when I was feeling especially low or anxious. They happened in rooms where Max spent the most time, and they were always the same three sounds: his collar, his nails on the floor, or that specific whine. I didn't tell anyone else about it after that dinner. What was I supposed to say? "Hey, I'm hearing my dead dog around the house, but don't worry, I'm not losing my mind." I did some reading online about grief hallucinations, and apparently they're more common than people think, but most accounts described brief, one-time experiences. Mine had been going on for over a year. There was this day in the summer of 2022 when I was home alone, feeling particularly down about a job rejection. I was curled up on the couch crying when I felt, and I know how this sounds, but I felt the couch cushion depress next to me, like something had jumped up and sat down. The same moment, I heard the collar jingling right next to me. I didn't open my eyes. I just whispered, "I miss you, buddy." And the jingling sound happened once more, like he was shifting position. The strangest part of all this is that in January of 2023, my mum sold the house. The market was good, and with my sister and me both finally moved out, it made sense for her to downsize. She found this cute little bungalow closer to her work. I helped her move, and on the last day in the old house, I stood in my empty childhood bedroom and said goodbye. I thanked the house for all the memories, and I swear I heard Max's collar one last time, very faintly from the hallway. After she moved, the sound stopped completely. I never heard Max at my apartment or at my mom's new place. Never at my dad's, just in that house where we'd lived with him for so many years. I've tried to make sense of it all. I'm not particularly religious or spiritual, though I've had a few other weird experiences growing up. When I was 8, I saw a woman standing in our hallway who vanished when I blinked. At 12, I heard someone call my name in an empty school bathroom, but nothing as persistent or specific as the sounds of Max. Part of me wonders if there's some rational explanation. Maybe there was something about the acoustics in that old house that played tricks on my ears. Maybe the grief rewired my brain temporarily. Maybe I was just so desperate to have some piece of him still with me that I manifested these experiences. But another part of me, the part that felt the couch cushions sink down that day, believes it was really him, that somehow some piece of Max's spirit or energy or whatever you want to call it stayed in that house with me during those years when everything else in my life was falling apart, that he was looking out for me like he always had. I don't know if I'll ever have an explanation for what happened. The sounds were so real, so specific to Max that sometimes I still catch myself listening for them, even though they've been gone for over a year now. It's like my ears are still tuned to a frequency that isn't broadcasting anymore. The thing that gives me comfort is thinking that maybe Max stayed around until he knew I was okay, until my mom was settled in her new place, until I had finally found a decent job, until the worst of the grief had passed. And then, whatever was keeping him here, keeping that part of him that I could somehow hear, was finally able to move on. I've never been able to explain it, and I probably never will, but I know what I heard. For almost 2 years after my dog died, I heard him in our house, and then one day, I didn't anymore. Story 18. I've had sleep paralysis for basically my entire life. My earliest memory isn't of a birthday party or Christmas morning. It's being frozen in terror while shadowy figures stared at me from the foot of my parents' bed. I was just a year old, according to my mom. I'd been screaming in my crib, which wasn't unusual. I was that kind of baby, apparently. My parents brought me to sleep between them, thinking it would help. Instead, I woke up completely unable to move a single muscle. I couldn't even scream anymore. I just lay there, eyes wide open, trying desperately to make any sound, to move anything, a finger, a toe, anything. Nothing worked. My body wasn't mine anymore, and that's when I saw them. 2 dark figures standing at the end of the bed. They weren't just shadows, they had these disturbing animal-like faces. One looked like a fox with a long snout and pointed ears. The other reminded me of a badger with stripes on its face and small, beady eyes. But they weren't actually animals, they were more like taxidermy gone wrong. Stiff, unnatural, with glass eyes that somehow still followed my movements. For years afterward, I convinced myself they were just my older brothers wearing Halloween masks, playing a cruel prank. It was easier to believe that than to accept what I'd seen. It wasn't until I was older and learned about sleep paralysis that I realized what had been happening to me all along. I'm 22 now, and these episodes have been a monthly occurrence my entire life. I've gotten somewhat used to them, if you can ever really get used to being completely paralyzed while shadowy figures watch you. The pattern has always been the same. I wake up frozen, unable to move or speak, and they're there, watching, always watching, but never speaking, never interacting, just observing until last night. The past few months have been strange. My sleep schedule has been completely messed up. No matter what time I go to bed, 9 p.m., midnight, 2 a.m., I wake up at exactly 6 a.m. every single morning. Not 5:59, not 6:01, 6 a.m. on the dot. I've checked multiple clocks to confirm this isn't just my imagination. It's gotten to the point where I don't even set an alarm anymore. I just know I'll be awake at 6, staring at the ceiling, exhausted but unable to fall back asleep. Last night I went to bed around 11 after binge-watching some dumb reality show to distract myself from the weird feeling of dread that had been following me all day. I'd been jumpy, checking over my shoulder constantly. My roommate even asked if I was okay, which I brushed off with some excuse about too much caffeine. I fell asleep surprisingly quickly, considering how on edge I felt. The next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by that familiar sensation. The heaviness in my limbs, the pressure on my chest, the absolute certainty that I wasn't alone. It was different this time, though. Usually during these episodes, my eyes are already open, or I can at least force them open with tremendous effort. This time, my eyelids felt like they were glued shut. I strained with everything I had, but they wouldn't budge. The darkness behind my eyelids seemed to pulse and shift, like something was moving in front of my face. I tried to stay calm. It's just sleep paralysis, I told myself. You've dealt with this 100 times before. It'll pass, just breathe. But then something happened that had never occurred in all my years of dealing with this condition. I felt physical contact. A large, cold hand grabbed my face. I could feel each finger pressing into my skin. 4 on one cheek, thumb on the other, squeezing hard enough to hurt. The hand pushed my face down into the pillow, not enough to suffocate me, but firmly enough to assert control. And then it spoke, right against my ear, so close I could feel hot breath on my skin. A voice screamed, "Hey Ellie, how does it feel?" The voice was deep and raspy, like someone had been smoking cigarettes for 50 years. It was loud enough to make my ears ring, but somehow I knew my roommate down the hall couldn't hear it. This was for me alone. I see you, look at me, tell me how it is. I tried desperately to open my eyes, to move my arms, to scream, anything to break free from this nightmare. But the paralysis was complete. The hand on my face tightened its grip. You can't hide from me, Ellie. I've been watching you your whole life, every night, even when you don't see me. I'm there. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. This couldn't be happening. Sleep paralysis hallucinations aren't supposed to touch you. They're not supposed to know your name. They're not supposed to have conversations with you. Open your eyes, it demanded. Look at me. I want you to see me. I kept struggling to open my eyes, not because I wanted to see whatever was speaking to me, but because I knew from experience that once I could move again, the hallucination would end, but my eyelids remained sealed shut. What's wrong, Ellie? Scared of what you'll see? You should be. The thing laughed then, a horrible guttural sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I felt the bed sink down next to me like something heavy was sitting on the edge of my mattress. Remember when you were 5? When you saw me in your closet, your parents said it was just your imagination. They lied. How did it know about that? I'd never told anyone about seeing something in my closet when I was 5. I'd convinced myself it was just a dream. Or when you were 13 and you felt someone watching you in the shower, that was me too. A cold wave of nausea washed over me. These were private moments, things I'd never shared with anyone, things I'd half convinced myself I'd imagined. The hand moved from my face to my throat, not squeezing, just resting there, a threat. I could feel calluses on the palm, the slight tremor in the fingers. Such specific details for a hallucination. I've been patient, Ellie, so patient, watching, waiting, but I'm tired of waiting. The voice dropped to a whisper, lips brushing against my ear. Open your eyes. Look at me. Tell me how it is to see me for real. I felt tears leaking from my closed eyes, running down my temples into my hair. This wasn't like any episode I'd ever experienced. It felt too real, too specific. The pressure on my throat, the weight on my bed, the breath on my ear, all of it was too detailed to be my imagination. Open your eyes, Ellie. Open them now. I tried again, straining with every ounce of willpower I possessed. For a brief moment, I felt my eyelids flutter. The thing noticed. That's it. It crooned, suddenly gentle. You're so close. Open them. See me. With one final push, I managed to crack my eyes open just slightly. Through the blur of tears and sleep, I can't describe it. I don't want to describe it. All I know is that what I saw wasn't human. It wasn't animal either. It was something wrong, something that shouldn't exist in our world. It smiled when our eyes met. There you are, it said. Finally. And then, mercifully, I was able to move. I screamed and thrashed, kicking off my blankets and scrambling backward until I hit the wall behind my bed. My hand found the lamp on my nightstand and I switched it on, flooding the room with light. There was nothing there, no indentation on the bed where something had sat, no mark on my face or throat where I'd been grabbed. Just my empty bedroom at 3:45 in the morning, exactly as it should be, except for one thing. On my pillow, where my head had been, was a single long, coarse hair that wasn't mine. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat with all the lights on, back against the wall, waiting for dawn. When 6 a.m. came, I felt no relief. It's been 24 hours now. I haven't slept. I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I hear that voice again. Look at me. Tell me how it is. I don't know what's happening to me. Is my sleep paralysis evolving into something worse? Am I having some kind of psychotic break? Or is there something else going on, something beyond medical explanation? All I know is that for 21 years, the shadows watched me. Now they're speaking to me, touching me, and I'm terrified of what comes next. I'm typing this with trembling hands because I need someone to know what's happening to me. I need to know I'm not alone. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Please tell me I'm not going crazy. It's getting dark now, and I don't think I can stay awake another night. But I'm afraid that if I close my eyes, I'll open them to find that face looking back at me again. And I'm even more afraid that next time, I won't wake up at all. Story 19. I've never been one to believe in the paranormal. I'm pretty rational, level-headed, and generally skeptical about ghost stories. But something happened to me 3 years ago that I still can't explain, no matter how hard I try to make sense of it. Back then, I was looking to invest in real estate for the first time. The market was hot, and everyone was saying it was the smart move. I'd saved up enough for a decent down payment and was excited about finding a good deal. My college friend Zoe heard I was looking and mentioned her in-laws had a flat they were trying to sell in one of the nicest parts of town. She said the building was only 2 years old, practically brand new, and the flat itself was gorgeous. "Why are they selling such a nice place?" I asked her over coffee. She hesitated before answering. "Well, it was supposed to be for my husband's brother, but he died there last year." "Oh, I'm sorry," I said, feeling awkward. "What happened?" Zoe looked uncomfortable but continued. "He killed himself. He was a doctor and had access to drugs most people don't. He overdosed in the bathroom." I felt terrible for asking, but I also saw an opportunity. Properties where deaths occur usually sell below market value. Zoe mentioned her in-laws were eager to sell, so I figured they might accept a lower offer. I talked it over with my husband that night, and we decided to at least take a look. The following Saturday, we met Zoe and her husband at the apartment building. It was in an upscale neighborhood with manicured landscaping and a sleek, modern exterior. The doorman greeted us politely as we entered, and we took the elevator to the 8th floor. Zoe's husband unlocked the door, and I was immediately impressed. The entryway opened into a spacious living room with floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a stunning view of the city. Everything looked immaculate: fresh paint on the walls, hardwood floors that gleamed in the sunlight, and high-end appliances in the kitchen. It was exactly the kind of place I'd been hoping to find. "They've had it professionally cleaned and repainted," Zoe explained as we walked through. "They wanted to make sure it was in perfect condition for potential buyers." As we toured each room, I mentally calculated what kind of return I could get if I bought it at a discount and rented it out. The bedrooms were large, the closet space was ample, and the living areas were perfect for entertaining. It was honestly nicer than our own home. Eventually, we reached the main bathroom. I felt a slight hesitation before stepping inside, knowing what had happened there. It was a beautiful space with marble countertops, a large walk-in shower, and a separate soaking tub. Nothing about it suggested the tragedy that had occurred. "This is where it happened," Zoe's husband said quietly. "He was found in the tub." I just nodded and looked around briefly, not wanting to appear ghoulish by lingering too long. I noticed my husband seemed uncomfortable, shifting his weight from one foot to another and barely glancing around the room before stepping back into the hallway. After completing the tour, we sat in the living room to discuss the property. I asked about the price, expecting them to mention a significant discount due to the circumstances. "They're asking full market value," Zoe's husband said. "It's a great location and a newer building." I was surprised. But given what happened here, wouldn't they typically price it lower? Most people are hesitant to buy properties where there's been a death, especially a suicide. He shook his head. They don't want to take a loss on it. They believe the right buyer will appreciate the quality and location regardless of its history. I tried to negotiate, pointing out that disclosure laws would require them to inform all potential buyers about the suicide, which would limit their pool of interested parties. But they were firm on the price. After about an hour of discussion, it became clear we weren't going to reach an agreement. We thanked them for showing us the property and headed out. As we waited for the elevator, I felt fine. The disappointment of not getting a good deal was there, but nothing else seemed off. We rode down in silence, stepped out into the lobby, and walked to our car. That's when it hit me. The moment I sat in the passenger seat, a wave of sadness crashed over me so suddenly and with such force that it took my breath away. It wasn't just ordinary disappointment, it was a profound, crushing despair, unlike anything I'd ever experienced. My husband started the car and asked if I was okay, but I could barely respond. I just stared out the window as we pulled away from the building, feeling like the world had lost all its color and meaning. "Mia, what's wrong?" my husband kept asking, glancing over at me with concern. "I don't know," I managed to say. "I just feel awful." As we drove, the feeling intensified. Thoughts began swirling in my head, dark, disturbing thoughts that I'd never had before. I suddenly understood why people would want to end their lives. It made perfect sense to me in that moment, which terrified me because I'd never been suicidal, not once in my life. But there I was, contemplating how peaceful it would be to just stop existing, to end the inexplicable anguish I was feeling. I didn't share these thoughts with my husband. Instead, I sat in silence, trying to make sense of what was happening to me. I kept thinking about the bathroom in that apartment, imagining a man I'd never met filling the tub, measuring out drugs and slipping beneath the water. The image was vivid, as if I'd witnessed it firsthand. When we got home, I went straight to the kitchen. I needed to do something, anything, to distract myself from these intrusive thoughts. Baking has always been my go-to stress reliever, so I started pulling ingredients from the cupboards for chocolate chip cookies. As I measured flour and sugar, I fought back tears. Why was I feeling this way? It made no sense. I hadn't known Zoe's brother-in-law. I hadn't even known about him until a few days ago. Yet here I was, grieving as if I'd lost someone dear to me. I put the first batch of cookies in the oven and set the timer for 12 minutes. My hands were shaking so badly I spilled vanilla extract on the counter. I sat down at the kitchen table, put my head in my hands, and just breathed, trying to push away the darkness. About 20 minutes later, as I was pulling the second batch from the oven, something strange happened. The overwhelming sadness and suicidal thoughts vanished. Not gradually, but all at once, like someone had flipped a switch. One moment I was drowning in despair, and the next I felt completely normal again. The abruptness of it was almost as unsettling as the feelings themselves had been. I stood there, cookie sheet in hand, completely baffled by what had just happened. That's when I smelled it. Cologne, a distinctive masculine scent that I didn't recognize. It wasn't my husband's. He rarely wore cologne and never anything like this. It was a heavy, somewhat old-fashioned fragrance that filled the kitchen for a few seconds before dissipating. I set down the cookies and walked through our house, checking each room. My husband was in his office on a work call. No one else was there. No windows were open. There was no logical source for that smell. A chill ran down my spine as I realized what might have happened. It seemed impossible, ridiculous even, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, had followed me home from that apartment. I didn't tell my husband about any of this right away. I was afraid he'd think I was losing my mind. Instead, I called Zoe the next day and hesitantly shared my experience. There was a long pause on the other end of the line before she spoke. "Something similar happened to me," she said quietly. "After the funeral, I went to the apartment to help my in-laws pack up his things. About halfway through, I started feeling so depressed I could barely function, and then I smelled his cologne, the same one he always wore." "What did you do?" I asked. "I left and never went back in there. My husband tried living there for a while after everything was cleaned out. His parents wanted someone in the family to use it, but he kept having nightmares and feeling watched. He moved out after 3 weeks. We talked for a long time that day. Zoe told me more about her brother-in-law, how he'd struggled with depression for years but had hidden it well, how shocked everyone was when he died, how guilty they all felt for not seeing the signs. It's been 3 years since that day, and I've never experienced anything like it again. I never went back to that building, and I eventually bought a different property for my investment. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, the crushing despair, the suicidal thoughts, the cologne. But then I remember how real it all felt, how the emotions that overwhelmed me weren't mine, but felt like they belonged to someone else. I don't know if I believe in ghosts or spirits or whatever you want to call them, but I do believe that something from that apartment attached itself to me, if only briefly. Whether it was the lingering energy of a troubled soul or something my own mind created after learning about the tragedy, I can't say for sure. All I know is that for about 20 minutes, I felt what it was like to be someone else, someone in so much pain that death seemed like the only escape. And then, just as suddenly, I was myself again, left with nothing but the lingering scent of a stranger's cologne and questions I'll never be able to answer. Story 20. I've been debating for weeks whether to post this. I'm still not sure if sharing my experience is the right thing to do, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone out there has gone through something similar and can help make sense of it all. 3 years ago, I moved into a small bachelor apartment in Riverside. It wasn't much, but it was all I could afford at the time after my breakup with Mike. The rent was reasonable, the location was decent enough, and I was just happy to have my own space again. The weird stuff started about a month after I moved in. At first, it was small things. Items not being where I left them, lights flickering more than normal, that feeling of being watched when I was alone. I brushed it off as stress or forgetfulness. I mean, who doesn't misplace their keys occasionally, right? Then one afternoon I was doing laundry in the building's basement when my neighbor, this creepy guy named Jeff who lived across the hall, cornered me between the washing machines. He'd always been too friendly, making comments about my appearance, but this time he actually put his hands on me, groping me while trying to kiss my neck. I managed to push him away and ran upstairs, locking myself in my apartment before calling the police. 2 officers showed up about 20 minutes later. One of them, Officer Rivera, was really understanding and professional. He took my statement, documented everything, and assured me they'd handle it. Jeff was given a warning, and I was told to report any further incidents immediately. That evening, I got a text from a number I didn't recognize. "Hey, it's Officer Rivera from today. Just checking to make sure you're okay. You seemed really shaken up." I was surprised but grateful for the follow-up. It seemed like a nice gesture from a caring officer. We texted back and forth a few times and I thanked him for his concern, but something felt off about the way he was writing. It wasn't very professional. Still, I figured maybe he was just being casual after hours. The next day, things took a disturbing turn. The texts became increasingly personal. I couldn't stop thinking about how pretty you looked today, even though you were upset. Then, "I'd like to see you again, but not for a police call." I didn't respond, hoping he'd take the hint. But the messages continued, becoming more aggressive and explicit. He started describing things he wanted to do to me, threatening to accidentally damage my belongings during any future police visits, and sharing disgusting personal preferences that made my skin crawl. I blocked the number immediately and considered reporting him, but I was scared. What if the department didn't believe me? What if they took his side? I had no proof these messages were actually from him. The next morning, I received texts from yet another unknown number, claiming to be Officer Rivera again, apologizing profusely. He said he'd been drunk the night before and that his behavior was inexcusable. He begged me not to report him, saying he had a family and would lose his job. I blocked this number too and tried to put it behind me. A couple weeks later, I had a dispute with my landlord over a maintenance issue. My heater had been out for days during a cold snap. When the landlord wouldn't respond, I called the police non-emergency line for advice. To my horror, Officer Rivera answered my call. He immediately recognized my voice and became argumentative, saying I was wasting police resources on a civil matter. Before I could even explain myself, he somehow connected a social worker I knew from a community program onto our call, creating a bizarre 3-way conversation where he tried to make me sound unstable. The social worker, Emma, seemed confused by the whole thing and later called me separately to ask what was going on. How did he even know I knew her? I hadn't mentioned Emma to anyone at the police department. That was it for me. I broke my lease the following week and moved to a smaller place across town. I didn't tell anyone my new address except my mom and my best friend Tanya. 3 days after moving, I came home from work to find things subtly rearranged in my apartment. Nothing was missing, but someone had definitely been there. My underwear drawer had been rifled through. My journal was in a different spot than where I'd left it. The shower was slightly damp. I called my landlord in a panic, and he casually mentioned that police officer had stopped by, saying he needed to drop off some paperwork related to my case. The landlord had let him in, thinking it was official business. "He seems nice," my landlord added. "Said you should give him a chance to take you to dinner." I was terrified. I packed a bag that night and went to stay at a local women's shelter, too afraid to go back to my apartment. That's when things went from scary to something I still can't explain. At the shelter, I started seeing people with completely black eyes. Not everyone, just occasional people walking through the common areas or sitting in the dining hall. Their eyes would suddenly appear entirely black, like pools of oil, then return to normal when I blinked or looked away. I thought I was hallucinating from stress. One night around 3 in the morning, I woke up to what sounded like my sister Lily's voice whispering my name from the corner of the room. Lily and I hadn't spoken in 5 years after a massive falling out, and she lived in another state. When I turned on the light, nobody was there, but the voice continued, growing distorted and saying terrible things. How I deserved what was happening, how nobody would ever believe me, how I should just kill myself. I stayed awake until morning, terrified to close my eyes. The next day, while walking to the bus stop to look for a new apartment, I saw Officer Rivera sitting in his patrol car across the street. When our eyes met, he gave me this smirk that I can only describe as evil, not human. His face seemed to distort for a split second, and I swear his eyes flashed black just like the people at the shelter. On the bus, the elderly woman sitting next to me suddenly grabbed my wrist. When I turned to look at her, her eyes rolled back in her head, showing only whites before she whispered, "It's following you now." Then she blinked, looked confused, and asked me what stop we were approaching as if nothing had happened. I found a cheap motel that night instead of going back to the shelter. I was running out of money, but I couldn't go back there. I called in sick to work, too afraid to go anywhere. For a few months after that, things calmed down. I found a roommate situation through a church outreach program, started a new job, and tried to rebuild my life. I thought maybe the stress and trauma had caused some kind of breakdown, and now that I was safe, it was over. 2 years passed without incident. I was starting to feel normal again, even dating a little. Then my friend Tanya, the only friend who'd stuck by me through everything, drowned during a camping trip. The official report said she'd been drinking and wandered into the lake at night, but Tanya was terrified of water and never went swimming, drunk or sober. The night after her funeral, it all started again. I woke up to find my bedroom door, which I always close before sleeping, standing wide open. There was a wet footprint on the floor, just one, that disappeared halfway across the room. The smell of lake water filled my nostrils. I developed a mysterious weakness over the next few days. My limbs felt heavy, and I couldn't stay awake for more than a few hours at a time. I ended up in the hospital when my roommate found me unconscious on the bathroom floor. The doctors ran tests but couldn't find anything physically wrong with me. They suggested it might be depression following my friend's death. In the hospital waiting room, I saw 3 different people with those same black eyes, all staring at me. One was a nurse who leaned down to whisper something, but I couldn't hear what she said over the sound of rushing water that suddenly filled my ears. After being discharged, I couldn't face going home. I checked into a hotel with the last of my savings. Around midnight, I noticed 3 black silhouettes standing at the window of the building across from my room. They had no distinguishable features, just human-shaped shadows, but they were waving at me. When I closed the curtains and peeked out again, they were gone. The final straw came the next morning. I was walking through the hotel parking lot when a large black dog appeared from between the cars. At first I thought it was just someone's pet that had gotten loose, but as it approached me, I realized it had no face, just a shadowy void where features should be, except for glowing white eyes. It stood staring at me for what felt like an eternity before simply disappearing, not running away or hiding, actually fading away like smoke. I've moved 4 times since then. I've changed my phone number, my email, even considered changing my name. But whatever this is, it follows me. It might disappear for weeks or months, but it always comes back, especially during major life changes or moments of happiness. It's like something is systematically destroying any stability or joy I managed to build. I don't know if it's connected to Officer Rivera or if he was just the beginning of something darker. Maybe he was never real at all. The police department has no record of an officer by that name ever working there. I checked when I finally got the courage to file a report about the harassment. I've tried talking to priests, psychics, doctors. No one has answers. Some think I have a mental illness. Others suggest I'm being haunted or targeted by something supernatural. All I know is that I can feel it watching me even now as I type this. I don't sleep with the lights off anymore. I don't form close friendships. I'm too afraid of what might happen to anyone who gets close to me. Sometimes I hear whispering when I'm alone, and occasionally I still see those black eyes on strangers in crowds. I don't know what wants me or why. I just know it's still here, waiting, and I don't think it's ever going to stop. Story 21. I still get chills when I think about that night, even though it's been over 10 years now. I was 13, living with my family in our small village in eastern Nepal. The mountains surrounding us were always beautiful, but that particular week in November, I couldn't appreciate anything. I was sick, really sick. It started as just a sore throat on Monday. By Tuesday afternoon, I had a fever that kept climbing, no matter how many paracetamol tablets my mother gave me. Wednesday was a blur of sweating and shivering. My parents took me to Dr. Kadka in the next village over. He said it was probably a viral infection and that I needed to rest, drink plenty of fluids, and wait it out. I remember my mother being really worried. She kept placing her cool palm on my forehead and frowning. My father suggested taking me to the hospital in Kathmandu, but Dr. Kadka said it wasn't necessary yet. Just rest and medicine for now. By Thursday night, the 3rd night of my illness, my fever was still hovering around 103 degrees. I was so weak I could barely get to the bathroom without help. My mother decided to sleep next to me that night, instead of in her room with my father. We have this old wooden bed that used to be my grandparents', and she pushed it right up against the window so she could open it a crack for fresh air. The cool mountain breeze felt amazing on my hot skin. I don't remember falling asleep, but I remember waking up. The clock on the nightstand showed it was around 2 in the morning. At first, I thought the fever had broken because I felt strangely alert, almost hyper-aware of everything around me. The moonlight was streaming through the gap in the curtains, casting long shadows across our room. My mother was sleeping soundly beside me, her breathing deep and rhythmic, her long hair braided for the night like always. That's when I heard it, a strange sound coming from outside the window. It wasn't the wind or an animal. It sounded like someone talking, but through their nose. The voice was muffled and nasal, speaking words I couldn't understand. Not Nepali, not Hindi, not English, nothing I recognized. Just this weird, nasally mumbling that sent ice down my spine despite my fever. I wanted to wake my mother, but something else happened that froze me in place. The tiny hairs on my arms and hands started to vibrate. Not like goosebumps, this was different. Each individual hair was moving independently, like they were being pulled by invisible strings. I stared at my hands in the dim light, watching the hairs dance and twitch. It wasn't the breeze. It wasn't my shaking. They were moving on their own. While I was fixated on this bizarre sight, something caught my eye at the edge of the bed. My mother's braid had fallen over the side of the mattress, and at the very end of it, something dark was forming. It looked like a tiny shadow at first, just a black particle no bigger than a grain of rice. But as I watched, it grew. It expanded outward from that point, like ink spreading through water, but controlled and deliberate. The darkness took shape gradually, building itself into what looked like a human silhouette, but completely black. Not like a person standing in shadows, this was darkness itself taking human form. There were no features, no clothes, just this perfect shadow person crouched at the end of my mother's braid. Then it moved. God, the way it moved still haunts me. It detached from my mother's hair and began to crawl up the wall next to our bed. Not walking, not climbing, more like it was adhered to the surface, moving with jerky, spider-like motions. As it ascended the wall, it grew larger, stretching and expanding until it was the size of an adult man. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I just watched as this shadow creature crawled up to the junction where the wall met the ceiling, directly above our bed. It stopped there, clinging to the corner like some dark version of Spider-Man, and then it turned its head, or what should have been its head, and looked down at me. I know it had no eyes, no face that I could see, but I felt it staring at me. I felt its attention lock onto me like a physical weight pressing down on my chest. It was studying me, assessing me. The nasal mumbling sound grew louder, though I still couldn't see a mouth moving. I don't know how long we stayed like that, this shadow creature and me, locked in some kind of standoff, maybe seconds, maybe minutes. Time felt stretched and distorted. Finally, I managed to break through my paralysis. "Mama," I whispered, my voice cracking. No response. "Mama," I said louder, grabbing her arm and shaking it. She stirred, mumbling something sleepily. "Mama, there's someone looking at us from the wall." That got her attention. She sat up quickly, instantly alert the way mothers are when their children are frightened. "What? Where?" she asked, following my shaking finger as I pointed to the corner above us. "There, right there. Don't you see it? It's watching us." My mother squinted, looking exactly where I was pointing, but her expression showed confusion, not fear. "Arjun, there's nothing there," she said gently, placing her hand on my forehead. "You're still very hot. You must be having a bad dream." "No, I'm awake. It's right there," I insisted, never taking my eyes off the shadow figure, which hadn't moved an inch. It was still there, still watching, still making that horrible nasal sound that somehow my mother couldn't hear. She reached over to the nightstand and switched on the lamp. The moment light flooded the room, the shadow creature vanished. Not like it ran away or faded, it simply ceased to exist between one blink and the next. The nasal mumbling cut off abruptly. The hairs on my arms stopped their strange dance and lay flat again. "See? Nothing there," my mother soothed, stroking my hair. "It was just a bad dream. The fever is making you see things." I tried to explain what I'd seen, the shadow forming from her braid, the way it crawled up the wall, how it had been watching me. But the more I talked, the more concerned she looked. She gave me another dose of medicine, got me some water, and stayed awake with me until I fell back asleep with the light still on. The next morning my fever had broken. By Saturday, I was well enough to get out of bed and eat solid food again. My father joked that my nightmare had scared the illness away. My mother told him about my hallucination, and soon the whole family knew about my fever dream. But it wasn't a dream. I know what I saw. In the years since, I've tried researching what happened to me. I've looked into sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucinations, all the scientific explanations. None of them fit exactly. Sleep paralysis doesn't make the hairs on your arms dance. Hallucinations don't speak in nasal, unknown languages. I've found a few similar accounts online. People seeing shadow figures during high fevers or serious illnesses. Some cultures believe that certain entities are attracted to weakness, to vulnerability. Maybe when we're sick, the barrier between our world and whatever other realms exist gets thinner. One thing I'm absolutely certain of, that thing was watching me, studying me, maybe even feeding off my fear or my illness somehow. Its movements were too deliberate, too intelligent to be random hallucination. It knew exactly what it was doing. I'm 24 now, living in Kathmandu for university. I still get sick sometimes, like anyone does. But I always sleep with a light on when I have a fever. I keep my hair short. I never push my bed against a wall. Last year, I caught a nasty flu that had me bedridden for days. On the second night, with my fever spiking, I woke up around 2 in the morning. The lamp I'd left on had burned out. In the darkness, I felt the hairs on my arm begin to vibrate, one by one. I've never moved so fast in my life. I lunged for the main light switch across the room, nearly falling in my weakened state. As the fluorescent overhead light flickered on, I caught just a glimpse of something dark retreating into the corner where wall meets ceiling. I slept in the hospital waiting room that night, under the bright lights with other people around. I told the doctors I was there for my asthma. I don't talk about this much. People either think I'm crazy, or they try to convince me it was just a fever dream. Maybe writing this out will help me process it somehow. All I know is that I'm not the only one who's seen these things, and I'm convinced they're watching, waiting for moments of weakness. Sometimes at night I still hear that nasal mumbling in my dreams. I wake up instantly when it starts, and I always check the walls. Story 22. I was only 9 when my mom and I moved to West Virginia. It wasn't a planned thing, more like life threw us a curveball and we needed somewhere to land fast. My mom's friends, at least they were friends back then, offered us a place to stay in this massive house across this huge bridge. I remember crossing that bridge the first time, looking down at the water below, thinking maybe this would be an adventure. I was wrong. So wrong. The house was huge compared to our old apartment, 2 stories with these creaky wooden floors that announced every step you took. The layout was bizarre. To get to my bedroom, you had to walk through the upstairs bathroom and this walk-in closet that always smelled like mothballs and something else I couldn't place, something old. The first red flag came when we were moving our stuff in. Mom's friend, I'll call her Linda, was giving us the tour, and she mentioned casually, like she was talking about the weather, that the previous tenants had practiced voodoo. "What's voodoo?" I asked, and Linda just laughed. "Nothing you need to worry about, Ethan," she said, but the way her eyes darted away when she said it made my stomach twist. I found out what voodoo was that same day when I started exploring the house. There were dolls everywhere, not normal dolls like action figures or stuffed animals. These were different. Baby dolls with missing limbs, doll heads with no bodies sitting on windowsills staring at nothing, Barbie dolls hanging by yarn from light fixtures. I counted 17 dolls just in the living room and hallway. But the worst part was what I found on our bedroom doors. 4 pencils with these crude yarn heads taped to them, each with a name written in shaky handwriting. One said Mother and pointed to my mom's room. Another said Child and pointed to mine. The other 2 names were blurred, like someone had tried to erase them but couldn't quite get rid of them completely. I told my mom about them and she just shrugged it off. "Probably just some game the previous kids played," she said, but I knew better. There was something about those pencil dolls that made my skin crawl. I begged Linda not to remove them. Something deep inside me, some instinct I didn't understand yet, told me those dolls were there for a reason, but Linda just laughed again and ripped them down, tossing them in the trash. "Superstitious nonsense," she said. "This is our house now." The first few weeks were okay. During the day, the house was just a house, weird layout and all. But at night it changed. The shadows seemed deeper, the creaks louder, the air heavier. It was about 3 weeks after we moved in when it happened. Mom and Linda's husband were going out to some bar in town. They left me with Linda's teenage daughter who was supposed to be babysitting me and Linda's toddler, but she immediately went to her room to talk on the phone with her boyfriend. "Just stay in your room and go to bed early," she told me, not even looking up from her nail polish. So that's what I did. I retreated to my weird bedroom at the end of the bathroom closet maze and tried to read some comics by flashlight. My door never stayed shut properly. The house was old and nothing was square anymore, so we used an old car seat as a doorstop to keep it cracked open just enough for a little hallway light to come in. I must have dozed off because the next thing I remember is jerking awake at the sound of nothing. That's what was weird. The house was completely silent. No creaks, no distant TV sounds, nothing. Then my door, the door that needed a car seat to prop it open because it wouldn't stay shut, suddenly flew open. Not just open, it slammed open, like someone had kicked it with all their strength. The car seat went flying across the room and crashed into my toy box. I froze. My whole body went ice cold. I couldn't even scream. I just sat there staring at the doorway, waiting to see who had opened it. But there was nobody there. I don't know how long I sat there, terrified to move, barely breathing. Eventually, I started crying. Not sobbing. I was too scared for that. Just silent tears running down my face. I pulled my blanket over my head and curled into a ball, listening for any sound, any hint of movement. When my mom finally came home, I told her what happened. She told me it was probably the toddler who pushed open the door while playing. But that was impossible. That door flew open with such force that it would have taken a grown man to do it, and I would have seen someone, anyone, in the doorway. But there was nothing, just empty space and that feeling of being watched. Plus, the toddler was asleep in Linda's room on the other side of the house. I checked later when I finally got the courage to leave my room. That was just the beginning. After that night, things started happening more frequently. My toys would move positions when I wasn't looking. I'd line up my action figures on my dresser before school, and when I came home, they'd be arranged in a circle on the floor. Mom said I was forgetful. I wasn't. The bathroom became a place of terror for me. It had this shower with frosted glass doors, and sometimes, not every time, but enough to notice, I'd see a dark shape standing behind the glass when I was brushing my teeth. Not clear enough to make out details, just a shadow that shouldn't have been there. When I'd work up the courage to pull the shower door open, nothing would be there. But the second I closed it and looked in the mirror, there it would be again. I started using the downstairs bathroom, even though it meant walking through the dark house at night. The downstairs bathroom had a shower curtain instead of glass doors. Somehow that felt safer. One night, I woke up to the sound of my name being whispered. Ethan, Ethan. It sounded like it was coming from inside the closet, the walk-in one you had to go through to get to my room. I pulled the covers over my head and squeezed my eyes shut, too terrified to call out for my mom. The whispering continued for what felt like hours, sometimes getting closer, sometimes farther away, like whatever was calling me was pacing back and forth. When morning finally came, I found all my shoes arranged in a perfect line in the middle of my bedroom floor. Every single pair. I tried telling my mom about these things, but she was stressed with her new job and dealing with Linda, who was becoming less friendly by the day. They were always arguing about money or house rules or other adult stuff I didn't understand. "It's just your imagination, Ethan," she'd say. "You're still adjusting to the new house." But it wasn't my imagination when all the kitchen cabinets were found wide open one morning, even though everyone swore they'd been closed the night before. It wasn't my imagination when Linda's toddler started talking to empty corners, giggling and pointing at nothing. And it definitely wasn't my imagination the night I woke up to find my bed shaking. Not like an earthquake, more like someone was under it, pushing up with their hands, over and over. I was too scared to look. I just lay there, rigid with fear, as my teeth chattered and the bedposts knocked against the wall. The next morning I found scratches on the wooden floor under my bed, fresh ones, like something had been clawing to get out. Things between the adults got worse. Linda and her husband started fighting with my mom about everything. The tension in the house was unbearable. Sometimes I'd hear them screaming at each other downstairs while I hid in my room, hands over my ears. I think the house was doing something to all of us. Everyone was angrier, more on edge. Even I started having these bursts of rage that didn't feel like me at all. Once, I threw all my books off my shelf for no reason, then sat crying in confusion afterward, not understanding why I'd done it. The final straw came about 2 months after we moved in. I was in the bathroom, dreading having to walk through the closet to my bedroom, when I heard a sound coming from my room, a sort of scraping like furniture being moved. I stood frozen by the sink, watching the closet doorway, knowing I had to go through it, but unable to make my feet move. Then I saw something roll out from my bedroom, through the closet, and stop at the bathroom threshold. It was a marble, a simple glass marble, green with a blue swirl inside. I didn't own any marbles. As I stared at it, it suddenly rolled back toward my room, like someone had picked it up and thrown it, except nobody was there. Just as it disappeared into the closet, I heard a child's giggle, not Linda's toddler, who had a distinctive laugh I knew well. This was different, higher pitched, almost mocking. I ran downstairs and refused to go back to my room. I slept on the couch that night, and the next, until my mom finally got fed up with Linda's family and we moved out. The friendship had devolved into something ugly and abusive that I didn't fully understand at 9 years old. We left most of our stuff behind in that house. I didn't care. I never wanted to see any of it again, especially my bedroom furniture. My mom was just happy to be out of there and away from Linda. I'm 28 now, and I still get chills thinking about that house across the bridge. Sometimes I dream about it, about being trapped in that maze-like path from the bathroom through the closet to my bedroom, knowing something is waiting for me but being unable to turn back. The most terrifying part. I sometimes wonder if whatever was in that house followed us. Because even now, almost 20 years later, I occasionally wake up in the middle of the night to find my shoes arranged in a perfect line across my bedroom floor. And sometimes, just sometimes, I hear my name being whispered from inside my closet. I never did find out what happened to those pencil dolls with the yarn heads after Linda threw them away. But I bet if I went back to that house today, they'd be right there on the doors again, waiting.